Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Monte Carlo and the Triton Super High Roller Series. This is the main event with $20 million in the prize pool. Now only 9 have a chance to win this spectacular Triton trophy, the exclusive Jacob Co timepiece, and $4.4 million. Who will be our next Triton Series main event champion? In seat 1, he's a leading American pro whose first title on the Triton Series came right here in the Salle Des Étoiles last year. He's a writer, a podcaster, a poker coach, and according to some, a part-time dolphin trainer. With 12.65 million chips, your chip leader, Jonathan Jaffe. In seat 2, he's topped the Triton money list ever since a $20 million score in the first Triton Invitational in London in 2019. He's now a 3-time winner with his eyes on what would be a second main event title. From Long Beach, New York, with 4.1 million in chips, it's Bryn Kenny. In seat 3, he's a sports bettor and soccer team owner, originally from Winnipeg, Canada, but he now spends a lot of time in Castellón, Spain, watching his own team. He returned to Monte Carlo to play the Triton Invitational, but it's in the main event where he's now hunting a first title. With 3.4 million chips, welcome Bob Voulgaris. In seat 5, one of the original pro poker players to come out of the talent hotbed in Vienna. He graduated from the online game to become a feared force at the live tables as well, taking his place at a second Triton final in Monte Carlo with 1.3 million chips. Welcome, Thomas Moosboeck. In seat 6, he is one of the top stars from the crew of Malaysian players who have made the Triton Series their home and has been playing on the tour since its very first tournament back in 2016. Since then, he's made 11 final tables, and the only thing missing is a title. Could this be his day? Please welcome with 6.2 million chips, Wai Leong Chan. In seat 7, having turned his back on a career as a professional soccer player, this Austrian pro continues to prove he made the right choice in pursuing poker. He won the first of 2 Triton titles in Monte Carlo last year, but can today win more than both those paydays combined. With 3.6 million in chips, it's Mario Moosboeck. In seat 8, a newcomer to the Triton Series in Jeju this year, this American pro landed a first title 2 days ago at only his second stop. Originally from New York, but now a Las Vegas resident, he learned poker from his grandma and has never looked back. With 1.9 million in chips, welcome, Jesse Lanis. In seat 9, recently crowned Triton Player of the Year, he is already putting in the kind of performances that can help him realize his back-to-back dreams. Representing Hong Kong, he is a 5-time Triton champion and comes to the final holding 3.4 million in chips. Please welcome Danny Tang. In seat 10, he won the No Limit Hold'em main event at the first Triton stop he ever played and is now aiming to land another Jacob & Co watch to put on his other wrist. He has nearly $14 million in Triton earnings and comes to this final table with 3.4 million chips. From Thailand, welcome Punsri.
Thanks, Marianella. And there is your first look at all the chip counts at once, brought to you by BetACR. You can see that Mulacher has his work cut out for him down there at the bottom with 10 big blinds. That's the treacherous territory. Jesse, 15 bigs. And then you've got just 6 big blinds separating the crew between Punsri on up to Kenny. ICM implications, Randy?
These guys are just going to have to hang tight and let the damage be done at the bottom first, and we'll see how those 5 players kind of hang in and try to weave.
$445,000 is going to be the min cash. $538,000 if you can outlast just one player. We're talking about $93K in ladder available. Prize pool just shy of $20 million. An impressive feat when you consider that the Invitational, which was $200,000 a man, generated a prize pool just a tad north of $20 million. Those payouts brought to you by GTO Wizard. And there are 6 7-figure scores available. $4.4 million and change up top to the eventual champion. So cards just about ready to get in the air. Strap in, folks. It's time to crown another Triton Super High Roller Series main event champ. And this might feel like a setup. Hand number 1, Mario looks down under the gun at red aces.
Looks like it's going to be a good day for Mario Moosboeck.
Is it weird that my instinct, once I hear you say that before we've seen anything else happen, is to feel as though maybe you just jinxed it?
Jeez.
Chip leader's got a suited 1-gapper in the hijack.
Well, he can definitely flatten position because of how deep he is.
That's exactly what he's done. Fold it around to Chan's big. 6-7 offsuit.
Just a little bit more. He's got the chips to play with. He can sprinkle.
That he does, and Moosboeck goes behind the trademark repurposed hoodie scarf.
What do you think the chances of that flying?
King, Jack, 9 board. Jaffe's flopped the nuts. Randy, this is your fault.
This is also very bad for Mario because the player who's got him beat is the chip leader, and he's expected to just lean and attack.
Absolute disaster unfolding for Mario. Will he be able to get away from this? Something like the queen or 10 of spades on the turn would help him.
Yes, there's lots of cards that can perhaps save him. Those straightiness, flush, even like a king could drop. For now, though, he's definitely going to lose chips on this flop.
Well, the dating profile on this particular deck lists violence as among its hobbies. Proven here early. Moosboeck does start off nicely by checking, wary of the texture, lacking a spade or club in hand. Jaffe betting 300,000, and in terms of Jaffe's flatting range there, you talked about him being the chip leader. That range could be fairly wide, but Moosboeck expects it to be narrowed ever so slightly by the fact that he himself opened under the gun. Jaffe adding a flush draw to the arsenal on the turn. Moosboeck now drawing dead.
So there's huge ICM pressure on Mario, given he starts his hand 4th in chips, and we have a player 9th with just 10 bigs. So
This one's mine, right?
his range should be narrow in terms of what he can stack off with. Jonathan should be aware of that, and he doesn't really want to lose his customer, so he probably will bet towards half pot or so just to kind of keep some weaker kings, some Jack X to hang tight, because he's got everything.
850.
Second check and a second barrel. $850K out of Jaffe.
problem for Mario right now is that his hand could still be the best. It really just seems like a check call, check decide situation. He could convince himself he's up against like king, queen, some kind of spade or club combo. Look at this pot.
Up to 3.3 million. Unbeknownst, Mario draws dead. And Jaffe turns his hand into a flush. Actually does not want to see that card, considering he no longer has the nuts.
Another reason he doesn't want to see that card is because there's more things that would beat Mario, and Mario might be able to hero fold his aces. Clearly, though, Jaffe is going to ask for probably it all, given there's 66% remaining.
That's exactly what he does, and this is a really deflating way to get underway for Moosboeck.
Red aces. First question is, do we ever beat any value? I don't think so. I believe king, queen often would just check back unless it's backed into clubs. So if we're just beating bluffs. Yeah, he quickly folded, actually. Didn't even think about it.
No time bank exercised, and credit to Mario Moosboeck for limiting the damage to 2 post-flop streets and not a bust out. Jaffe with the whole wide world, and he's off and running. Now 14.5 million in front of him, 116 bigs, 37% of the chips at the table.
37's a lot with 9 remaining. Mario slips down to 7th. 17 bigs now.
Brutal.
Don't buy that.
I did.
Oh. All right.
Like the dolphin training, but
Lonis, by the way, might have been hanging out with KCG
about to play right.
at some point, just based on the
The look.
FT look he's brought forward. Yeah, the buttons. Little silk.
Try some of that street poker with me, see where it gets you.
Deuce 4 suited on the button. Milocker obviously wants to spin up. That's not going to be the hand that allows him to do so. Allowances, though, very much a product of 2 10s.
There isn't as much reason to limp to trap against the 17 big blind stack of Mario. I like raising in this spot.
So does Wai Leong.
Yeah, just because Mario isn't looking to isolate even the type of hands that normally would raise.
Another street poker player.
Who is? I play with him
For sure.
trying to get involved in the conversation.
Interesting way to get yourself into the conversation.
Yeah. I want to see if I can find a copy of Dale Carnegie's How to Win Friends and Influence People. Give it to him. Couldn't track one down in Monaco this morning.
Man United won, Neto, and then Chelsea Arsenal 2-1.
Oh,
Tottenham lost to Ipswich.
nice.
Crazy. I have 3 goals.
Milocker really needs to find a spot soon. Just 8 big blinds remaining. Over to Mario.
7, 8 offsuit, small blind.
Interesting spot because Mario and Jesse have the same stack.
Mario comes with limp.
Jesse's decision of Queen Jack.
Just
He's not gun
ripping.
shy, is he?
Nope, not at all. Not expecting traps. ripping and taking that one away.
The degree of emotional attachment is just so much more helpful for kind of ingraining a lesson or an idea. You read about someone else's family and you learn about your own.
Well, to be fair, a lot of nonfiction turns out to be fiction too. So
This is true. You know what was a sad one for me? The Catch Me If You Can. You know, the, Frank Abagnale.
yeah,
Fucking liar. I mean, who would have thought? The liar's a liar. But
Yeah.
like,
you know what one was really hard for me was this book called The Lovely Bones.
yeah,
Alice Sebold. You know this one?
I know the name. I don't know.
They even made a movie about it.
Yeah, it was like
But yeah, that
child
one.
molester or something.
Catch Me If You
Right.
Can.
Right.
You talking about the movie?
Yeah, that it's all bullshit.
I used to, yeah.
So sad.
It was like, you know, when you're young, you only have like, well, for me, I had like 20 DVDs at my grandma's house, and that was one of them. Catch Me If You Can.
Yeah.
So I watched it like 150 times.
It's a great movie.
Yeah.
Ace 10
It's
suited.
completely bullshit.
Like, he just made it all up. So little is real. Like, it'll be this based on that, but yeah. One of my
Voulgaris.
favorite movies that are like meant to kind
Taking
of
it
portray a
upstairs.
real story. JFK, you ever see that? Oliver Stone?
No.
Oh my god, great movie, complete nonsense. He took like a piece of shit and turned him into a hero, and yeah, it was. I loved it. I was like, wow, got all into the JFK movie, and I'm like, oh god, no. Oliver Stone's just a nut job.
Unclear what left Lonis contemplating. It was Queen 9 of diamonds. As Voulgaris will pick up an orbit's worth of tokens.
Just like,
Got a couple of cinephiles on our hands at the table in Jaffe and
it's not a CIA prop.
Exactly, but they blamed it on the
Voulgaris.
I'm pretty
Yeah, well,
way
he,
to,
he
like,
blamed it
sad
on
about that
everyone. You watch, he throws
conversation.
out 8 theories in one
You didn't know
movie.
the Catch Me If You Can story was complete BS?
very specific.
Yeah, it's really sad,
Yeah, I
just
mean,
as
he's
much as
mostly
being spoiled about
Yeah,
Yeah,
Jim Garrison's
Dumbledore
a piece of
dying.
shit.
Yeah, yeah.
You didn't know that he died?
Great movie though.
And I didn't know Catch Me If You Can wasn't real.
Randy, how does the post office deliver mail to the rock that you live under? I just want to know, is it like you have to sign for packages?
You're like, I don't
Do
know
they
if I
just
wanna do
throw it
this.
into
Oh,
the
it's actually kinda
cave?
cool.
Like, what's going on?
You have your eyes out for snipers.
So you knew.
Yeah, I knew. The real person. Yeah.
Oh. Oh. Oh.
By the way, just in case anyone's freaking out right now, we're not talking about Gambledor, Vladimir Korzinin. He's alive.
No.
It's everything's okay.
No. Talking about
The
Harry
actor.
Potter. No, I'm talking about in Harry Potter.
In Harry Potter? I thought the actor actually passed away. Oh, maybe I got it all wrong.
Man, we're just
Now
on
it's
two
getting deep.
different conversations now.
I mean, what else is new? Ace Jack, Wei Liang Chan on a different level than the rest of the field's holdings so far. And it's official. He'll take it.
Movie kind of called The Hunt. You ever seen that?
Yeah,
I like that movie a lot. Mads Mikkelsen was a fucking beast.
But that's just the fans one. That's not the team hot one. Anyone can wear this one, so you just want to be a regular. You don't want the
Just look at
ambassador.
the fucking eyewitness testimonies. Terrible. Like, no, but I saw it. No, but you don't understand how your brain works.
Fire.
Huh?
Thank you. Penalty.
Thank you.
You have? You have hat?
This will do together.
Oh. 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 Oh.
Me one for you as well.
Oh.
When I go back, if I make it to the break.
One table poker is so nice.
Why long?
Did we go slow? Love it.
Oh.
Yeah.
I mean, I never really.
Dusty ones all the way around to the blinds. And now the good stuff
It is right now.
surfaces.
I actually like limping in this spot. Expecting Jaffe, the chip leader, to raise with a bunch of garbage and then just limp jam.
Tofu solid, bro.
A little fat from avocado. Not too heavy.
Tofu's probably not the move you want.
And even if Jaffe just checks back, it's not the end of the world given that hands that check back could be just two little cards, and tens performs amazing against that post flop.
Jaffe checking back, unfortunately has a 10 in his hand.
Some, like,
He
fried
is suited
dried
though,
mushrooms,
and
man.
he's found second pair on a monotone ace-high board. Punsri with that 10 of diamonds working.
Quite a good spot for Punsri. Has the diamond backup if necessary.
Yeah, GG.
Yeah, really, truly.
Feels like conventional play plays passive whenever there's a micro stack out there.
Yeah, we're talking about Moosboeck, of course, with the 8 bigs. It does go check, check. Second overcard to the 10s.
Ponat should still continue to check for now. He might be able to find a river bet if it checks through once more on the turn.
I'll be in.
But he's actually going to bet, which is a little bit surprising for me on the queen. Does open the door a little bit. I suppose Jaffe checking back to flop doesn't have too many raises on the turn to put Punsri on into a tough spot.
Oh.
150 bet and called. Pot up to 750. Now a third overcard to the 10s and, for that matter, the 8s.
If you do go, that's
Would think this is going to check through now with another overcard to the 10s. If he bets, it's a bit of a block. Trying to get paid off by like an 8 or 6x.
Punsri emerges unscathed versus the chip leader.
A little note taken by Jaffe that 10s was shown in that spot.
I think he expects that Punat's going to be snug, just as you mentioned, given the presence of the 90K plus pay jump and that 8 big blind stack of Moosboeck. This is all very consistent with the ICM respect.
Yeah, consistent.
Are you going to play him? Yes. That's what I like to hear. Hey, it's the guys that play barely that are usually the dangerous ones. Guys that think that they know everything about PLO.
They're not that scary,
You're
aren't they?
young, right?
Another 10-8 suited, this time in the bin, out of Bob.
I'll take the guys who think they know about PLO any day versus the new guys. If you want some action.
Better put me in, bro.
I want the other side.
Am I considered, if I'm considered a new guy, sure.
Yeah.
All right, then. Yeah, anybody?
You can pick yourself in the new guy list.
Oh. Anybody you want to pick? Go ahead.
Wow. Are you the guy who's never had a losing Triton?
Oh, wow, that's
19?
savage.
Let me get some of that.
Are you the guy who's never had a losing Triton?
Depends how big.
PLO's there.
Yeah?
I didn't
I'm still chasing for my 30 again.
I would
some break even.
Fucking Yarashevsky.
Thank you.
I would have lost anyway, actually, the way it rolled out. Because they had second place, too.
325,000.
Danny shoots it from the cutoff. Pretty one, pipping Punsri.
One bullet in each?
These guys running 6th and 5th, respectively.
I can't imagine Punsri wanting to play Jack-9 suit in this spot. There's a chip leader right behind him.
If you don't cash
If
it
he
out.
flats, his range becomes
You're like
capped.
top 3 in the main.
Needs to just stay away.
You have teeth here, like last 200, I think.
Yeah. I did, so that one I did.
It's actually interesting. Jaffe's considering 3-betting King 6 off.
No, remember, because you bought Oscar with you, I think.
Yeah. But if you like count
The big one.
count like
Kenny can get involved. Ace-8 offsuit versus a cutoff open. Actually lays it down. Big laydown. Ace-8 off.
Yeah, Kenny, you know, 3rd in chips, can obviously dig in, but he too looks down at 6 stacks shorter than his own and decides he doesn't want to enter the murky waters.
For him to fold ace-8 there means that he believes Danny Tang is playing extra tight with the ICM implications.
But you don't play PLO cash.
But there is one guy
If
that
you come in first now in second division,
don't
or
wanna
is that
like
the first
Elias
division?
Elias?
yeah.
Yeah, Elias is amazing. Yeah, he's like the one that, like, you know, I respect his game too. I mean, I respect all their games.
So could I take Elias? But only
So when's it
small.
gonna happen?
It's not like I'm
Yeah, we could do
it's just
Oh, it's fine. Yeah.
Wow, that's so rude.
Is that rude?
Yeah, to take the best guy in the field.
Okay, yeah, don't do that.
That's why I said
Like at least take someone like 2
I don't know
steps
anyone
down or
else
so.
who's good. I don't know who else is good. I just know he's fucking ridiculous.
The best.
Who's the best?
Like literally playing pots with him is like, I'm like, what's going on?
Elias person and like anyone who asks
I don't
about
feel
PLO,
that
it's like unanimous. Everyone thinks that he's the best player in the
they're
world.
human. It's PLO.
Conversation centering around the Finn, Elias Parsonen, PLO sniper, who we expect to join us here in Monte Carlo for the back portion of the festival that will
Take
include
his buddy Yanni or something, who's very
Pot
good.
Limit
at
Omaha
PLO too.
in the place of short deck.
Yeah, excited to watch him later this week.
No, it's all good.
Cut off open from Punat.
I don't care.
Ace 10 suited.
Bem para o Tashkent.
The motivating kit.
I already knew everyone's gonna say that because that's what everyone always says to me. I'm like, all right, go ahead, take him. He's just fucking. I wish people cross-booked him every event we ever played together. I'd be up millions.
This is how we motivate them. All right.
You and
I've got your motivation too. I'm Elias.
wait, then who's Johnny?
If anything, it'll make me play better because I'll be more motivated.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Like his best friend, pretty much.
Look at mine and
Joni, you know Joni.
Mons one?
Joni.
yeah, you have to know
Did he
him.
win 2 titles at?
No, that's another one of their friends, Sam Lee.
That's really good too.
Yeah, or pick
They
him.
got a whole group.
From the same country.
Yeah, they're all buddies from the same country.
I'm trying to think who's Yanni. I will know Yanni, but I'm just.
Blonde
Come on, you take
to
the first.
like wavy-ish hair.
Well, we're on live TV right now. So. But personally, I don't know. I don't know Omaha enough to judge, so forget it.
Nobody does.
We're not live. They can edit it. Go ahead.
Everybody just hears what everyone else hears, and then they go along with it.
I'm no place to judge.
Just like most people in life.
Exactly. That's why I love him. It's all right. You guys think he's great? Go ahead. I like money.
Well, it might be true. It might be, but you're ready to bet on you, yeah.
No, and I said he's amazing. Yeah,
Probably.
but he's not.
Go for it.
Punsri up to Ace Jack now.
Everybody's
Opens again.
Doesn't have the it
Everybody's
factor
beautiful.
Like you.
Everybody's beautiful in their own way.
Yeah.
I've always felt that way.
That kind of confidence is strong.
There's not a thing in the
You
world.
pick the best, the top guys.
At least there's not one thing in the world where I dare to say you can pick.
We see Muehlacher coming in with 8-5 of clubs. Everyone knows that all eyes are on him.
I mean, he's not really going to be able to sit back, presumably, and witness someone else bust before him. Although we would have made assumptions of that nature on the bubble of the Invitational and this main event, and were proven quite wrong. Thomas with 2 blinds invested already, invests some more and finds himself the best hand on a Queen 8-6 board, second pair versus Ace High.
It's actually quite interesting whether to check, get it in, or just stop and go to deny equity from your opponent. If your opponent doesn't always put you in on the flop, then there's more merit to put in a stop and go to deny equity. If you feel that your opponent will still c-bet bluff or c-bet fold even, then you kind of want to check to grab that extra bet.
All in.
Muehlacher just jams it.
Yeah, I like this stop and go. Punat. Ace Jack high.
Maybe.
Still 30% against a made hand. If he's up against some kind of draw, then he'd be even more. In terms of equity, makes the call. Here we go.
Jack of diamonds dangler, some backdoor prospects. And as it turns out, a couple of overcards to the pair for Thomas, and we are spinning for the first time here in the main. Turn is safe for Thomas.
At least if we turn dead, you know.
And the river is as well. And his rail, obviously excited to see him bounce off of the bottom of the leaderboard there and do so through Punsri, who's got a massive Thai delegation supporting him in the YouTube chat right now. Shout out, by the way, to those of you soaking up this final table live and direct on the Triton channel or through the Triton Poker Plus app, for that matter, through Twitch. Love to have you if you're enjoying what you're watching thus far here in Monte-Carlo and haven't already done so. And even if you have, mash that like button. It is a small ask and a big impact in exchange for the finest in streaming poker entertainment.
Is there a reason Jesse Lonis and Mario Moosboeck didn't clap with the rail when Moolocker doubled?
I don't feel the need to explain it to you, Randy, but yes, there is a reason. Lonis and Moosboeck now trailing Thomas in the chip counts.
That's something I'm quite confident about.
Big payout
Against
moves.
people who think they're probably better than me.
Sure wouldn't want to go out next.
Yeah, but you just.
Oh, yeah, no.
You say anyone in the world.
Oh, I thought against
Jaffe with some neuro-linguistic programming here. And
Love that.
Just in case you guys weren't aware.
Subliminal messages.
right.
And then he opens King 7 off soon to hijack. Well timed.
Would be real sick as if he had two kings when he did it instead of King 7.
Getting in there.
He was really sweating the payout move.
Hualong Chan is willing to get in there. We've seen this leading up to this final table.
Call?
So he's going to come along. Queen 4 suited.
Big payout. Out of your fucking mind. Barely any difference between third and
Finds second pair. Unfortunately, he does so against top pair here, as the larger side of the leaderboard entangles. Number 2 and number 1 in chips, with Chan checking over.
225,000.
Hualong definitely going to lose at least one straight. Depends on how it runs out. Don't think that Jaffe's got a hand worthy of 3 streets of value, though, given his kicker. Unless he improves with the 7.
Check call of 225,000 and an unwelcome sight is the ace, but it's actually a decent card for Chan to potentially be able to get away. Let's see how Jaffe feels about things. You can see him check back.
Yeah, you're right about that. At first glance, Hualong Chan hates the ace because Jaffe is probably raising any ace in the hijack. But this could save him from losing another street of value, as King 7 has things to be worried about now. Oh, nice queen.
Check back from Jaffe and Lady Luck paying a visit to Hualong on the river. 1.3 in the middle. I would imagine there's a wide range of sizes that could get paid off. Can't get too greedy, I would imagine, against a king.
Can't get too greedy, I think, because... Yeah, notice the sizing he's choosing is because Jaffe realizes there's a lot of queen X's in a check calling range, and if Hualong was bluffing, he probably doesn't need to go too large anyways. If he had busted spades just to knock out other unpaired hands. Sizing's pretty good. It's like enough to get crying calls out of an ace and maybe curious king X's, especially the king X's that don't hold a spade in hand. It's to unblock those.
Jaffe contemplating, unblocks spades, but obviously falls to Queen X and Ace X, chops it best against the other King X, and so he does step away. So perhaps a sizing a little bit too rich from Chan. Israel activating.
This is going to be one of those every pot claps.
Jonathan Bus, can you give me a little support after? How much? How much? Okay, I appreciate it. Just put me down for whatever's next. I'm on the must move.
Goes Jaffe, Wushu, Lonus. That's his current.
I look a little bit like
Tough.
you know, smile.
What should you do?
You didn't like the photo? You didn't like the photo, Danny? Huh? No, photo was not good?
I smile too much. My eyes went missing.
What is the difference between
After I
natural
smoke
8
weed,
and
mine goes-
hot natural 8?
He's trying to sow division.
Wow. That photo, that photo might take you right off the team hot. Put you back into the default natural 8.
You know, the smaller the eyes are, the better looking they are.
Ace 10.
He lives to sow discord.
Jaffe. Legitimate open. Voulgaris. Ace Queen now. He is running 5th of 9.
After I smoke a joint, I'd be the most handsome man.
It's interesting because he doesn't want to bust before the short stacks, but then he has a hand so strong that it's very tempting to 3-bet. He plays it as a flat, which is great for Jaffe as he gets the opportunity to see a flop.
Or maybe not. Someplace. If it ain't, it should be.
1 million plus. The situation. Bad pre-flop, and there are a couple of clubs on board, but still Voulgaris with the better hand. The thing is, this is kind of the board texture that Jaffe doesn't expect is going to interact with the Voulgaris flatting range, so maybe he feels the door open.
You're right. You know, the main hand you fear is pocket nines, and with a check back, Ace 10 still got decent showdown value against broadways that whiffed. I wouldn't expect the smaller aces to be in Voulgaris' range. Those hands just tend to muck pre-flop.
Bet 150,000.
150K follow through.
Yeah, cutesy min bet.
Yep.
Trying to shut out broadways.
Note the speedy call from Voulgaris. Had the wheel gutter just like Jaffe. Now a 4-liner on board.
Voulgaris' hand kind of smells like ace, queen, ace, jack at the moment. Maybe a little bit of pocket eights.
Yeah, 7s and 8s, I felt like maybe.
I think that's it. Anything lower than that, probably not playing pre. Problem too for Jaffe is it's hard to represent a hand the way he's played it. That's a really nice pot for Voulgaris. Didn't really have to face any difficult decisions post-flop.
No, and he just approached it
Where'd your guy go?
in the conservative manner you would expect.
Behind the camera.
I see
You
him
missed one.
not lost on him, and despite the fact that he doesn't play for a living,
Chop pot.
he definitely endeavors to be successful at everything he touches.
Missed.
Reminds me of Orpin Kisachoglu in that way. Just very, very thoughtful, sharp.
Yeah, those two were having a really nice chat the other day on our featured table.
Yep.
A lot of respect for one another.
Mm-hmm. Pocket eights for Jaffe.
325.
It's interesting because he's had the highest VPIP, which is what we would have expected. The thing is that the VPIP, bar the King 7 hand, has been attached to legitimate holdings.
Yeah, it's been very legit kit. Also saw Haralbos just fold ace-9 suited, which is what I expected him to do with the weaker aces and ace-10 in that prior hand. So little things like that can help you narrow someone's range, which could really be important.
No takers this time around.
You know if that guy from Valencia is dealing this final table too? Dealer? My mechanic over there? One of the far at the back, no? You know what I'm talking about? The dealer, the guy from Valencia. Is he in the rotation? Who's in the rotation, the dealer rotation for the final table?
That's up to the DC no man, right?
Okay, who do I got to grease to get that guy at the final table?
You mean Mama?
Yeah.
The guy? Maybe you'll be.
Wait it out.
Haralbos making a play for his favorite dealer.
I guess you could just fold until he hopefully comes.
The blinds are pretty big, Randy. I don't know if that's the right strategy.
Well, you finally made it. I've got one big
Big
blind
blind,
remaining.
yeah. He doubles every hand of that FT and still is last.
Raise to 325,000.
Nice start for Bryn Kenny, ace-10 of hearts.
Suited ace. Finding the bin. No takers.
Hey, look at this.
Hey! Santa's coming. I know him.
Oh, he's giving luck to Jesse Lonis. What a gift.
He really has been a gift here in Monte Carlo. And the fact that he's here, even though nothing else was going on in the room at this moment, to just kind of soak in this final table just shows how much enthusiasm he has. He's really caught the Triton bug, and we've certainly caught the Vladimir Korzinin bug.
It's cool to see Lonis, you know. Seems like they had built a relationship on the outer tables.
300.
Didn't really see them sat with one another on our featured.
Chat, by the way, lighting up at the sight of the Estonian. As Jaffe lights up once more, this time. Queen 10 offsuit, the smoke. Under the gun.
They go Wylon Chan, folding ace-10.
Yep. I mean, you know, this is just the baddest bull in the ring.
Get him in the stores.
Jaffe. Ace-4 suited for Lonis on the button. Let's see. He's down bottom of the leaderboard. Just a couple of 100,000 in front of Moosboeck, and he hates to fold it, but he does. And as you see the hands that are being put into the muck, you begin to really understand the power of ICM and the opportunity before Jaffe right now to really put even more runway between himself and the field. Already has himself 13.7 million as the blinds creep forward to 75, 150, diluting stacks. Bad news for Moosboeck and for Lonis, bookending that 10 big blind threshold. But this is just a setup for Jaffe to be a runaway freight train of sorts.
Yeah, and it's due to how the chips are just distributed. You know, short stack just 10 big blinds, another player with 11 bigs. He's got a 2x stack on second place. He can just open relentlessly, because even though the middle of the pack is a bit suspicious of the chip leader, they really can't do anything about it because it's not worth the risk of them busting before the 9th and 8th place stacks and get those big pay jumps.
Fifth division.
Look at the King Queen straight into the muck. UTG for Bryn Kenny.
Yeah. Like average salary, I think, in 4th division is probably like 40K.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of good-looking people at this audition that aren't going to get a call back.
Mm-hmm. You know why long folded Jack 10 off? Because Jaffe's in the big blind, doesn't want to tangle with him.
Oh, but Lonis, recognizing he's going to have to do something sooner or later, jams it. Punsri now small blind ace 10 off.
Tricky spot. The jam is for roughly 10.5 big blinds. Ace 10 performs all right. How many of these baby suited aces are jamming is the key question for Lonis. It could be a little bit less just because Moosboeck is shorter than Lonis, and Moosboeck is out of position, so he's more likely to get it in first. Man, if he can find this play of ace 10.
Jaffe right behind him, though, man. The last thing you'd want to do is get caught in some crossfire here, because remember, you flat. Jaffe could just decide to jam with enough hand to call Lonis and just put you in a mad blender.
Well, he's in.
Yeah, Punsri only had 900,000 more. I think he was going to be ready to go for it if Jaffe did activate. And Jesse Lonis finds himself in a rough way here.
Yeah, you need to wait for maybe.
$3.5 million chip pot. Can Lonis find help? In some ways, yes. Club on board and a pair as well. Find a 9.
Everybody wants a 9.
And you can chop.
All right, we'll take
Find an 8, and the task is tall.
Yeah, I like both these guys.
A 3 for a clean winner. 9 or an 8 to carve it up. And instead it's the 6, giving Punsri a straight and giving us our first victim of this Monte Carlo main event.
So you never have a losing trip right there.
GG, Jesse Lonis didn't really get much going. Wanted to see him kind of build a stack and flex his skills. This is actually his 3rd cash of the Triton Festival. Got 18th in the 40K mystery bounty, plus a couple bounties over there. Won the 50K for 1.5 million.
Yeah,
not too long ago.
Not going to feel too bad, as his trip to this particular final table in the main event was a short-lived one. Found his spot, went with it, was 8th of 9 runners when he did. And can manage no more than $445,000. Nothing to hang his head about. We haven't seen the last of Lonis here at the Triton Super High Roller Series. Pay ladders unlocked for the whole field. Nobody happier to see it than the short-stacked Moosboeck, who found aces very first hand of this final table. Ran into the nuts for the chip leader, Jaffe, as Voulgaris runs us up to 3 1/4, courtesy of 2 9s under the gun.
So Moosboeck's the only player sub 10 big blinds at the moment. Let's see if Green Kenny's got the appetite to play King 9 suited in the big. We've seen him fold ace 8 off against a cutoff open. This one's in.
Sharing a 9, not finding help on an ace 8-7 board. Kenny does defend and check it over. Voulgaris just the ace to worry about, it would seem. No heart in hand, but he will c-bet and end the affair quickly. Always a relief.
Sorry about it. Thank you.
Voulgaris is currently in third in chips. Just shy of the average stack, which is 5 million, 33 big blinds.
King 5 for Kenny in the small. Limps. Voulgaris checks back. Things still cagey here.
Yeah, these two are pretty content with playing cheap flops, not looking to splash around post flop as they wait around for Moosboeck.
9-7 deuce, advantage Voulgaris.
Some value to be had with this top pair. Equity denial as well.
Bet and take it, sir. $538,000 locked up. The next ladder is $105,000. $205,000 rather. Forgive me.
Kind of a bad beat this guy didn't bust him. Huh? We've been like 2 guys down now. Not for you. Good for you though. But the rest of the table is probably not too happy about it. Kind of brutal in poker. Like everyone's kind of rooting for the guys to bust. It's not a very collective event. I'll tell you that. It's very predatory.
It is.
Very predatory in nature.
Try to organize bonding events off the table to make up for it.
I don't even want to know what you guys do off the table.
Let me tell you, everyone who's got a coin poker patch on, get together and.
I don't know. I don't know what you guys are doing. I don't want to know what you guys are doing. Enough time with you at the table. It's good for me. I enjoy every minute of it. Nothing wrong, but my limit.
2 1/4 says Chan with King 10. Always risky to open with Jaffe still available to act behind you.
Probably should be 325, I'm going to assume, given the big blind's 150K,
Yeah,
but don't worry about that.
Kenny, couple of 9s here. On the button versus a cutoff open from the leader. It's not going to go anywhere. But not looking to play inflated pots, of course. He does flat.
Wouldn't be surprised if Moosboeck just stays away of 10-9. It's a hand that he can certainly see a flop with, but it's a lot of pressure. You find yourself in a great spot post-flop. He is going to call, but he needs to be very cautious, even if he flops a decent pair.
Jack 8-3, open ender for Moosboeck as he hopped aboard out of the big. Knuckles over. John, not much cooking, and Kenny with the 9s. Facing follow through.
450,000. It's a little bit uncomfortable for Britton Kenny. We've seen him try to stay out of the way in marginal spots. Basically depends on what he thinks of Wylong's c-betting range. Yeah, you see him lay it down. Seems in line with how he's been playing. 10-9, open in a straight draw. Has got plenty of opportunity to stay involved. Probably just check call rather than check jam. Especially with Wylong c-betting to multiple opponents. It's a little bit stronger than normal where maybe he doesn't just want to run his open-ended straight draw.
It is a quarter of his stack to continue, but continue he will. John actually has the best hand with king high. Little does he know it as the board pairs in the form of the 3.
Quite a good card for Thomas because he often just gets to see a free river. Because if Weinlong was c-bet bluffing the flop, he doesn't have that many turn barrels that are bluffs. Just because Jack X would feel quite tidy on this board, as well as 8X, not too shabby. Wow. I'm shocked that he actually double-barreled this one, just king 10 high.
You know, but at the same time, the wind is at his back in terms of ICM pressure that he can apply to Mühlacker, who was the short stack coming in, but at present is eyeballing Moosboeck down there, 9 bigs.
That was a sick play. I'm all talking about how that's not a great turn card to barrel on, and he's just like, not much you can do about it.
It's just a good landscape in which to barrel, obviously. The hand, put it aside, he's just thinking 205K pay ladder, and my man over here doesn't want to miss out on it.
You're right about that.
Oh, yeah. Thank you.
If Mühlacker doesn't have a strong jack, he might be thinking, he's going to fold an 8. What's the worst that can happen? Still 1 overcard to the board.
And with the board pairing, obviously, just objectively, the straight draw becomes less attractive on the off chance that we're up against a full house every now and again. Punsri now. 4th in chips. 29 bigs coming in. Lets it go. Jaffe's going to hop in here with a couple of 5s.
325.
3 1/4. The universally adopted open sizing.
Calling hand.
No takers.
I thought I heard Haralba say, people not defending the big blind against you.
The tank folds.
Well, he knows exactly why that's the case.
I don't know.
You do well versus the tank folds?
Yeah. I'm comparing myself to an imaginary range based on Thomas thinking.
And Thomas was just balancing his tank folds because he had queen 7 off.
Did you eat anything? Did you eat breakfast?
I ate a lot before I came here.
Did you gym and a little bit?
Gym, eat.
300.
You know he doesn't need a hand this strong to raise.
Pretty nice.
He has been getting, again, hands that are way better than
I ordered like
what we would expect would leave him opening with this frequency. Does dial it back to 300,000 for what it's worth.
So he's raising into Mario Moosboeck, sitting on 10 big blinds.
So purely honest about it. But very
Nines is
curious.
so strong
Also
that
very
it's not the end of the world if Mario defends. I feel like if he was holding a unpaired hand, he's more likely to size up to dissuade the big blind defense.
No? No?
Downs to 10-8 off.
So it's got 2 and just swapping.
You know, as a viewer right now, you may be antsy, looking for some sort of massive collisions, but it's going to take a really special recipe to put something like that on the menu for the time being. But Jaffe's in the kitchen, and he is firing. Enjoying helping after helping of little pickups.
Yeah, he's getting a tasting menu right now, you know?
Yep.
Hors d'oeuvres, a couple of chips here and there. It's not even at the appetizers yet. Swift fold of 6s from Punsri.
Ace-jack suited for Voulgaris. Jaffe out of the way. But he does have Chun on the button behind him. Nevertheless, too much hand to step aside. 325K open. This is dust for Mario.
Yeah, actually, it's interesting that both Mario and Moonwalker have been kind of tanking their easy folds.
Well, I mean, to be fair, they are incentivized in what is a bit of a war of attrition to try to out-jockey one another. Stick the other guy into a blind increase. Levels are 50 minutes in length here in this main, and the structure, especially up front, is protracted. A lot of opportunities for people to sink their teeth in, get some play going.
You shuffle before.
It was before.
Jaffe rat fucked.
I was
you.
watching it. It was a 0.
Jaffe rat fucked you. But the rules are the rules.
I've always been a stickler for rules.
Yes,
That's-
without rules.
Rules are
Yeah, he's
the
just
most.
he was eyeballing you and eyeballing the
flop.
flop. I'm the dealer. He had it all in his sight. He was like,
Honestly, I was looking at stacks and I was like, oh, let's fucking go. But no, I just think rules are what kind of keep the fabric of society together. So it's really important to me.
Jaffe's an epic troll, by the way, so you got to be real careful sinking your teeth into his stuff.
Some places it's the way the first time they touch the card.
Really?
In Asia, I think.
we're not in Asia, my friend.
Yeah, but I know
We're in
that.
Monte-Carlo, where rules are important.
We will be next time.
No, I knew that since yesterday. They told me yesterday, so it's a fair rule.
Yeah, Punat didn't want
Laws followed.
the blinds to raise
Separate
on his big
money
blind.
laundering, prostitution. God knows what else.
Thomas, queen-jack offsuit. Decides it's enough. Rips. Chan looks interested. Reason being?
Have you been to Thailand? Have you been to Thailand?
Thailand? Yeah, I love Thailand. I thought you said Macau for a second. It's kind of black. I love Thailand.
Still don't know. You want to make a little mystery hand out of it, Randy? Got a guess?
No, I don't want to guess. We don't know still. He did fold.
Maybe we'll never know.
Maybe some kind of ace X. Ace 9 off, maybe. Action now on Moosboeck. Who has? I'm not Moosboeck. Moosboeck, who's got 6s. This is a legitimate decision here. 2 short stacks. Could go to war. They will.
Yep, Moosboeck does have him covered ever so slightly. We'll take the 2 overs. If this was a bounty tournament, you can imagine guys would be salivating over this spot, but instead, they may allow for some cannibalism at the bottom of the leaderboard. Punsri is asking for counts here. He's already got 400,000 invested in the big blind and big blind ante.
This would be ambitious.
Yeah, it's a big ask.
Bounty tournament we're in, non-bounty, 125K main, should be out.
Pot laying a little less than 3-1.
So Moosboeck gonna be at risk with these 2 6s.
Chop, chop, chop. Chop, chop, chop.
Yeah, Jaffe doesn't mind having these 2 short stacks out there, so he can continue to accumulate.
This is gonna be hard to chop.
Thomas is going to pull back 300,000. This is an opportunity for Moosboeck to potentially 2.5x, and he's found a set of sixes on an ace-high board. He's all but locked this one up.
There's the rail.
Drawn dead is Thomas. And he's going to be left with vapors, Randy.
1.5 BBs.
Ouch.
Nice call there by Mario. Back in contention.
That would be a good riddle, or what are the two hands that are the most difficult to chop against each other? See how quickly someone can come up with the correct answer on that one.
Anything would probably be pretty good in this situation.
Ike and Makita are good at puzzles like that.
It'd have to be like all four of the suits covered for sure, so you'd have offsuit.
But I say don't know.
Moving flush, I think. Middle straight.
Painful graphic there.
I think that's the nine. It's like the Broadway.
Wait, do you want that first?
I think the only reason we wrote 1% of all the chips is because we can't put decimals
Because like you
Nah, that's
on
not
the
gonna happen.
percentages.
He definitely cannot.
The second part?
yeah.
And then it's going to be
So
like probably.
the scenario where you call, he shops.
If you are in my shoe, you call
earning
it
money.
Yeah, I know.
Oh yeah.
What did you fold?
I mean you call.
I also hate how everyone's so lively, and after me losing that pot, you know, it doesn't feel so good.
He's like, guys, I'm on my deathbed. Why are we having a party?
Oh yeah.
To cover as many straights as you can.
Yeah.
Look,
Tracks with
Britton
how we
wasn't
were just
looking to
thinking,
play
just
too
there's some
loose.
blind spots.
He's going to get involved with ace king. I think he actually just open rips this one, even off of 15 blinds, because Muellacher is so short, he doesn't want Jonathan Jaffe, the big blind, to defend. I love this jam.
Like they could say that.
Oh, and Muellacher's got kings with only 1.5 bigs.
It's so painful. I mean, obviously, Kenny, happy to just rip and keep the decision points to a single pre-flop one. Muellacher just thinking this couldn't come a moment ago.
Bryn Kenny's range has to be too strong for ace-10, which swiftly hits the muck.
I thought you were not folding on.
To be fair, by the way, Randy, the kings would have fallen to the sixes regardless if they had come a pot ago. But here they are, performing well as Kenny will haul back a majority of his stack. And this would be adding insult to injury if Bryn were to find an ace here against Thomas. 1.1 million in the middle.
Spot you want to be in when you.
Yeah, the right person.
Low
got it.
percentage shop. That's a low straight. Take a low straight.
Yeah.
And there's the ace, along with an all-diamond texture. A single out for Thomas. Ouch. King of clubs, the only thing that rescues Muellacher from an 8th place fate. Not this time. A tepid round of applause, but unfortunately a very cold outcome
A horrible call one time.
for Muellacher.
I love that he's going around the table giving everyone a nice handshake.
Completely class act.
Been in there for sure.
But the ace-king taking him to school there.
Maybe not the next time after he sees my hand for what it was. He thought I'm shoving like ace-5 suited or something.
Off to the rail to show love to his crew as well. $538,000.
Nines or tens or something in your seat would be better.
GG Muellacher, his first cash of the festival after bricking plenty of events here in Monte Carlo, but cashing for at least $500,000. Not a bad payday.
Bricked out in Jeju, skipped Montenegro, had just a 1/6 place finish in 6 attempts at his last festival prior to that one. So trying to turn things around is Muellacher. Had some higher hopes, but obviously is one of the shorties coming into the day. So he's going to be a tall order. So then, 7 players remain. Jack 10 suited for Chan.
So now we're guaranteed just shy of $750,000.
I played on like Party Poker back in like 2004 or whatever.
Yeah, that was like the original like sit and go place. Actually, they were having like 1K sit and goes.
I won a seat to some like Party Poker cruise thing, and I was just like, I'm not going on this fucking no chance. I ended up asking if I could sell it, and they were like, no, you're not allowed. Finally let me sell it.
And Kenny laying down Queen 5 of Hearts.
Well, I didn't even know that ever happened.
Yeah, and after like, I think it was like a day and a half or 2 days after the tournament was over, I was like asking them like, how much money do I have to pay to get medevac off this fucking back? They're like, no, you can't till the next port. I was like, what if someone gets sick? What happens? Well then.
Don't be a dirtbag.
I mean, I was just spelling my name in different ways. Rando Lou, you know.
Liu, Lew, Loo.
Yeah.
That's grimy. Good luck, though. Let me know if I can buy a piece.
I'm telling action.
You're going to oversell the free roll.
Ace 10 off in the muck.
Yeah, there's that ICM respect. Moosboeck eyeballing Danny Tang, who's keeping him company down toward the bottom of the leaderboard. 13 bigs for both of those guys. Pocket 8s for Punsri.
Should be looking to play. Needs to tread lightly given Jaffe's still around.
475,000. Oh. Oh.
Look at the Queen Jack fold from the big blind. Very cagey at this final table.
Mm-hmm. Jaffe still up top. Wei Leong Chan in second. 26 big blind gap between the two of those guys. The only stacks bigger than the average, which is 5.7 million.
I find this final table so far incredibly tight from the big blind from some of the players. If that's the case, and Jaffe realizes this, he probably is going to open up even looser than his loose ranges at the moment. Even Wei Leong Chan can open up once Jaffe kind of gets out of the way.
Angry. I can't dare.
425. Race to 425,000. Staying out of trouble. You guys want.
King Queen for Kenny.
Is that what we need? Is that what we need?
That's what happened last time.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. 5 seconds.
All in.
Now he's going to play.
Yeah, I was going to say, in the face of that ace-9 of hearts open, he is going to rip ace-6 suited shrivels in the small.
Oh. Oh.
Wow.
Count, please.
Jaffe asking for a count.
425.
Yeah, it kind of seems like Bryn Kenny likes to be the aggressor more so than a defender.
3.425.
This seems like it would be a light call for 17 bigs.
5 seconds.
If he realizes how many spots Kenny's been passing up, and he's going to run it. Ace-9 suited versus King-Queen. Good call, though, for Jaffe.
Yeah. I wonder whether or not a little bit of his choice to make this call is attached to more than just the hand. A little bit customer dependent, maybe, thinking Kenny is the guy that's most likely to show up here with something that ace-9 of hearts performs well against.
Perhaps. Here we go to a flop.
7.3 million chip collision. Tang and Moosboeck salivating as they look up at Jack 5. Jaffe in the lead, looking to ice it with a heart.
Ooh, Queen on the turn for Kenny.
Man, that is not what the rest of this field wanted to see, but Bryn loves it.
A lot of drama.
Still a lot to fade. And fade Kenny does.
That's got to feel great for Kenny.
Not so great for Jaffe. Not so great for everybody looking to lock up that 205K ladder.
That ladder would have got everyone guaranteed $1,020,000, seven-figure club. That double up really changes the layout at the moment because there's two guys very comfy now, Bryn Kenny and Wylon Chan with 37 and 40 bigs, and Jaffe's lead is cut down to just 50 bigs. He's got 10 million chips where he can't run over the table as easily anymore.
You lost 250. Also 250?
I don't know.
Also 250.
Yeah, you lose 250.
Me too.
Everyone loses 250.
Yeah. At least I'm not. At least I'm real about it.
Fuck. Jesus Christ. Fuck is going on?
What is life, huh?
250. That's a lot, but that really is a lot. It's $250,000.
Oh.
Just gone.
Yeah, that's
Like that.
you said it was a good card. Did you realize that?
Where'd you learn how to deal that one? In prison?
400. 400,000. Oh.
Can't handle $250,000.
Oh.
Available.
Oh.
Yeah, man. You against everyone else. Nobody's rooting for you. Brutal.
We crewed him.
75 clubs for Moosboeck.
Well, they know when it gets 300. I don't
No interest in the big blind.
Oh, the ace deuce of hearts.
Gotta try and take our shot now.
No, I win.
Jaffe
Bro, like, just take it down a shot, all right? Like,
losing a big one.
When everyone's rooting against me, I got to.
This
Gotta
guy,
pump that up.
this guy asked me, he's like, hey, do you want to put me in the, you want to partner me in the invitational? And I was like, oh, I already picked a friend, you know, like, sorry. He's like,
Bad choice.
He's like, oh, that's okay. I just every time I play it, I win. No big deal. A passive-aggressive ex-girlfriend or something. No, no big deal. Yeah, I mean, I just win every time I play, but I guess, yeah, go for it, I suppose. Wow.
True story.
It's very true.
Completely true story.
Not even exactly. I don't even know what my response was. I think my response like thumbs up or something.
Yeah, for sure. You're thinking you're at whatever, dude. Like,
Raise 450,000.
Voulgaris opening up. King 8 offsuit from the cutoff. I like this adjustment, given how tight everyone else has been playing.
Sounds funny. I was just like, whoa, Bryn's got some fucking energy going right now. I don't know what happened to this guy today, but this is like some serious energy.
that's just how I wake up.
Woke up and chose passive aggressiveness.
Actually, that's not my best quality for sure. I have a bit of that comes out sometimes.
Yeah, you might want to take it down a notch, I think.
For sure.
Bingo level.
In that spot, I don't mind actually. I don't think I need to take it down a notch. In some other spots of mine, I might need to.
You can just keep it to yourself, by the way.
Yeah,
if you have that type of like positivity and like confidence, it's okay to keep it to yourself, in my experience.
You gotta like let it out.
Maybe in the mirror.
Oh.
I would start with the mirror first.
Oh. Oh. Oh.
Voulgaris so
Needs a
entertaining
mirror
to
when it's
have
ingrained in you.
All right,
Don't use a mirror.
at the table as he lightens the mood, brings the humor.
Oh, that means you're probably the next one.
Danny
out.
looking to lighten, put out Punsri's big blind.
Jamming 2.2 million, courtesy of ace deuce, and Punsri takes the pass.
Angry.
Got Lee on the rail, rooting for Danny Tang.
I'm not happy.
Danny's girlfriend there as well.
Yeah, of course. It wins that far.
10 minutes.
Blast the
Good
table.
in it.
Arab died.
Especially every kind of full
Nine.
thing. You guys have to get lean
He
down.
also died.
Yeah, queen maybe fold in it. The same color maybe.
Queen, you call me, I do this. I whack this on your head.
Oh. 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 Oh.
Oh.
have to say it.
Punsri in the small, 9-7 off. Jaffe threatening to remind him about ICM.
Oh, that is not the right word.
Go ahead,
Proud of you
Randy,
today, by
say
the
it.
way. I'm
What
proud
is
of you.
A3
You've
good
been playing
for?
For a couple hours, you haven't exposed any
Well, I
hands.
was going to say raise, and he
Exposed that
checks it.
forehand's in like an orbit.
You were going to say backjack, Randy.
Holding too far away.
That's what you're talking about.
Oh, that's what Punsri's talking about. 9-8-6 top pair, open ender versus second pair, and the opportunity to chisel off of the chip leader.
Should still be looking to play passive, even with the hand this strong. This hand can really just call down all flops and turns, and the turn is lovely.
Yeah, now we're feeling a lot cozier about things. Not that he was altogether nervous. Being out of position, of course, against a chip leader who can bring the ICM hammer down on you. Never where we want to find ourselves. But here with the 9-high straight, let's see what Punsri chooses. Another check, looking to just induce Jaffe, who doesn't bite.
At this point, given Jaffe quickly checking the turn, I'd just go for some value against a random pair. If Jaffe was looking to bluff, he often just bets the turn.
Punat looks like he's ready to do his own bidding.
Ooh, nice hand.
The
On the internet.
Huh?
On the internet.
Korean.
This is on the internet. This is Korean too.
What's that?
Song Hong Ming.
Oh, Son, yeah.
Oh, come on. You're supposed to be a Spurs fan.
No, I don't know what you mean. It's like photo.
He just does it when he scores.
Yeah. It's got to be a meaning, huh?
Anything interesting there, Jonathan?
Not at the moment.
Oh. Oh.
Danny's got to look for a spot soon. 13 bigs.
Oh.
2.4 million of 2.6. Stuck in there. Ace-10 suited.
2,400,000.
The inspiration. And 500K. The profit is Danny gets the rail to activate. Look at his girlfriend like, hey, Kian, what are you doing? Get off your phone. Cheer. Scumbag.
I would love to find out the meaning.
For the World,
Oh yeah.
for the World Series.
Yeah, it's very hard to get. I mean,
By the way, Kian didn't even
they
flinch.
have a one.
Really?
You know the applause has a refresh rate.
I bubbled day 7 once.
It is exhausting.
9,000.
Yes. 9,000,
10,000 this year.
Just for the atmosphere, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean,
A lot of tournament.
other tournaments you don't get that
Made it.
Big reel, you know?
You've made it.
You don't like
Not super
express
deep,
as
but
much
like,
emotion.
oh,
in the one.
Yeah.
Yeah, 40 something.
40.
That one
40
kind of go like.
Oh.
I'm thinking 7. I made it.
How long ago was
6
that?
Probably.
Oh.
13.
Ace Jack now for Punsri.
I think I've played it since like 2013, I think.
Been playing a solid game so far this final table.
頭先邊個鋪要爆啦？如果邊個鋪爆之後，佢再
Once again, sizing up against the Voulgaris big blind.
係要啲最好咯。1點3點6嗰啲位我就即係覺得啊就開心，之後其他嘅就 bonus 咯。
This one ending uneventfully as well. Shout out, by the way, to the Thai contingent. You know, the game not yet fully legalized in that country. Punsri continues to carry the banner. He's got so much support. I mean, he's a stone-cold A-list superstar when it comes to poker back in his homeland.
Yeah, every time I see Punat at the feature table, stream table, like the chat, it just comes to life.
Yeah,
right? They're
100%.
out there supporting their man.
Jack 10 for Voulgaris.
I don't want to keep things small of a limp. 200K is that limp, and it's not going to be small, is it?
Aces for John as Voulgaris picks one heck of a time.
The thing is, Voulgaris likely expected this to come from Wylong when he limps off of these stacks. You know, he's very suspicious, but it's just not worth the risk.
Yeah. Important to get your pride and your ego out of the way, not just try to fight for every single chip sometimes. Obviously, I'm not encouraging a lack of competitive spirit, but, you know, I mean, this is real dough we're talking about.
That was as bad as it could be.
Pretty bad. This cost you $250,000.
$277,000 the next pay jump.
Yeah.
6th or better is worth 7 figures.
700. 550, you know, you'd be in there.
Yeah, that's a good way of looking at it. I mean, I could also just hit the flop real nice.
Of course.
Glad I didn't have a real hand.
Oh.
Yeah, that you weren't dropping something.
One thing everything knows.
Oh. Oh.
Look at Voulgaris. Seems like he's willing to open if it's into like Danny and Mario, who's been playing very snug.
Got it back. We got it back. Don't worry about it.
Peek.
Queen 8 on the button.
Got it back. Peek.
Hauls in the orbit's worth of tokens.
Like his approach. Seems very focused.
You know, it's really easy to fool yourself into thinking, especially when you consider that Voulgaris has just played 9 events and, you know, doesn't come to every single stop, isn't a professional player, owns himself a sports team, that he's not taking things seriously, especially as he drives conversation or whatever.
Or why would you actually show shit?
You'd be making a big mistake.
You went like this, right?
Yeah,
if you made that assumption.
He's a sharp. He got the sharpest tool.
This is either like really shit, and then he raised. I was like,
top.
probably not shit. You trying to get through the $250,000 crew over there? So that is.
Raised 425,000.
Look at Kenny now. Taking a page out of Voulgaris' book. Opening into the Danny Tang or Moosboeck big blinds because they're playing quite snug.
What did you get? Jack 10 also. Suited, I might do something with this. I mean, it's hard for you to call. But I think he has like 14 more bigs than me, so it's not that hard, but it's still quite. Like if you had like 10 more bigs or 5 more bigs, then it would be very hard.
Danny, King 10 suited, defends.
Yeah, Jack 10 off.
Interacts with that Jack of Hearts as Kenny has the best hand in a wheel gutter with it checked over.
These type of textures, Kenny will come in for small bets, so we're really going to learn how Danny Tang is going to approach the situation because I believe he normally would be check calling here. just because of that wraparound on the jack. Expecting a lot of c-bets. And yeah, so he's still going to fight for this pot. Despite how short Mario is. I like to see it.
6 on the turn after the check call of 300,000. Grows things to 1 3/4 million in the middle.
There's not that many deuce and 3x to target in this spot, but this is a really nice bet from Bryn. Great awareness. He only sprinkled in 525K on a turn. Very small. Got the job done. A lot of scaling back in terms of bet sizes.
That is top. Yeah. Good fold.
There's the hardware and the
Good fold,
watch
Danny. Good fold.
that
Yeah,
awaits
let's go. Good fold. Good fold. Let's go. Let's go. Good fold.
one of these 7 players.
You need to have brought the dogs for support.
All human.
Humans here. But he was saying that when he treats the dogs really, really well, and they sleep on the bed, and then when he gets out of the bed at night, and comes back in the room, the dog's barking. It's a pretty funny story.
Jaffe's back in there, ace-8.
Four and a quarter if you do. Jack 9 suited, finding the bin. Uh-oh.
Good timing.
Couple of queens and 2.1 in front of him.
Looking to create distance between him and the shortest stack.
5 seconds.
After this likely takedown.
Play roll in.
Jam?
Yeah, should be pretty good distance.
Yeah. Jaffe says, I'm out.
Oh, no, he didn't say out.
Oh, did he say count?
Yeah, remove the,
I mean,
you know, a couple of letters from that word.
Okay, but he's not, surely, thinking something silly here, is he?
2,175,000.
That's just too chunky.
I would think so, because Danny shouldn't be messing around with a Mario 1.5 million chip stack.
Maybe he's considering some of the smaller ace X's?
I don't think they all jam in this spot.
Yeah, he does eventually find the bin. Thing was ready for him if he wanted to go.
London was saying in Chinese, like counting the math, and then I just said it out loud.
Yeah,
6.5 big blinds.
Yeah, yeah.
And he was mad.
It's on the
But
TV.
it's okay.
I apologize.
No, it's fine. It is, because I do it. I don't think it changes anything.
What is that when people say?
No, last time Ben was all in for 6 big blinds, 6.5, and then London was sat next to me, and then he was doing the math out loud, literally. He was like, 8
That's
times
just on the board. Look at it, yeah.
6.
No, I think
like
it's
that.
out the table. I think it's out the table.
No, but I
right?
mean today.
Oh, yeah.
No, I'm not mad, but I don't care.
But I shouldn't have said.
Yeah, I really don't care.
Yeah, wouldn't mind. No, he's saying something happened like this in the outer
Other
table,
table
and
outside,
someone.
Or
was
no
mad.
one actually knows what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, I understand.
But I mean, it's telling the stack, right? So visible anyway.
It's fine. Oh. Oh.
Fold it around to an ace for Moosboeck. He's got to do something sooner than later in the cutoff.
5 seconds.
400.
Raise to 400,000.
Just a min-raise open.
This is very unexpected for me, especially because he's opening into Jaffe's big blind, who can afford to call very wide, especially if 9-7 suited. An ace-deuce offsuit has very low visibility post-flop if you don't flop an ace.
Now the thing is, at this size, Jaffe can happily put in another 200,000 to try to shower Mario and secure that ladder for himself and the rest of the field. But earlier you kind of heard him talking about chop when the two shorties were in a pot against one another. That's because the presence of a stack as small as Danny's or Mario's, it's a good thing for him. It's good for business.
You're right. I'll put in 200 for now and see if he flops anything. This board, you know, just check fold, and it's not the end of the world because Mario will still be sticking around for a short stack.
Here's the deal, though. Moosboeck not obligated to bet here. Obviously, every chip is precious. I know you're tilting your head, Randy. He's got the wheel draw on ace high, but
He's not obligated to, but I would think he's got to just
200K just to see what's what?
No, just put it in and deny any equity. I mean, look at this. Unpaired is 26% for 9-7. You don't want that to get free turns in reverse.
Good point. Jam and take it for Mario.
That was a very interesting pre-flop choice by Mario. And then he was kind of tilting his head back and forth like, not 100% sure.
Ace 8 off.
No, ace 8 is shot.
Oh, you had 8, right?
7.5. Not sure. I think it's maybe check.
Wylon, you had a good hand on that Jack 8-3-3?
No.
No? Really? Like Queen 10 or
Ace King. Moosboeck doing considerably better this time. As Kenny hunts intel from Chan.
Had a good hand.
1.5.
1,500,000.
Declaration of war here as Moosboeck commits.
I guess if I call, you can't really bluff like me off. So I could be like trapping aces and such. Jack, ace.
Maybe.
Never know.
Be surprised, Bryn
Like
Kenny.
Queen King or something. Queen King or something. Like that ace queen or queen
No
king.
takers. So with Moosboeck having picked up a couple in a row now, he's got himself above the 10 big blind threshold.
Random.
And no sooner did Danny think he put some distance between himself and the bottom of the leaderboard. He now leads Moosboeck by just a single blind.
Yeah, the race is back on.
Yep.
Bathroom, real bad. 12 minutes to break. Hold it.
Time to raise for Jaffe.
He stayed on the button.
$400.
Raise to 400,000.
King 9 offsuit. Button open's got to be very wide from Jaffe. So there's the continue.
King is shot.
No one when I said, oh, you got 10.
He's 6-4 board.
Queen's plus.
Voulgaris with the King of Spades working, but up against top pair, checks it over after defending.
King of Spades is very relevant. Could see him continue if he has appetite. Also nice that the 9 overcards the middling stuff, which is much in Jaffe's range. But against a sizable C-bet of 675K,
Nope.
the value of that King of Spades goes down tremendously.
675 and take it. It's such a good feeling, forgive the obvious, to be in Jaffe's situation.
That I did.
Just the C-bets flow, the opens flow, things just work out. And when you face any resistance, you can just not have to worry that it's coming from anybody messing around.
He hasn't been put in any tough spots, hasn't really been 3-bet light. I mean, if he had held with the ace-9 against Bryn Kenny's king-queen, he could be in a dominant position, but still, smooth sailing, you're right.
Both Jesse Lonis and Thomas Mühlacker have been put on the sidelines relatively early as the blinds creep up to 100, 200,000. $743,000, the on-tap payout, $1,020,000 if you can make the top 6 and snack on at least 7 figures. Moosboeck now, pocket jacks. Last time he had a big pocket pair, things didn't go so well. Hand number 1 of this FT.
450.
Feels like a collision incoming. The 2 shortest stacks, jacks versus ace queen. Now it is under the gun versus +1, but we are 7-handed, so these positions are a bit ladder as it seems. Be pretty shocked if he doesn't 3-bet this ace queen in this spot.
Tang says all in, and the 2 shorties get entangled. Jaffe looks down at ace king. He's going to look to turn the lights out potentially here, but $3 million. Randy cold.
Ace king's coming in. That's a no questions asked. He should be smashing Danny's range. I'm more interested in what Mario does when it gets back to him, when he sees a 3-bet jam and a cold call. Because Jaffe can't just splash it in there too light, so his range should still be strong despite having the chip lead. Mario swiftly folds the jacks.
You know, the flat from Jaffe looks powerful. And of course, we can't overstate that pay ladder, as Moosboeck can guarantee that Danny is going to have to take a swing for his tournament life here, and he's doing so in rough shape. Dominated. $7 million in the middle. Can the ace-queen get lucky? We've seen plenty of this thus far here at this festival, and it doesn't look like we're going to be seeing it here.
150K tournament, and then you're playing 3 blinds, 1,000 small blind, 1,500 big blind, 1,500.
Queen needed. Not found. No chops. Just a lady on the end. We'll park Danny's bones back in that seat. And the Ivan Liao Player of the Year award winner says goodbye. Love that. From Punsri. Danny says win it. Such a fierce competitor. So much respect being shown to him. Obviously had higher hopes coming in, Randy.
Rain dancer over there.
But the last of the 6-figure payouts will be his.
Yeah, I was looking for his 6th Triton title, 5 titles already under his belt. This is his 3rd cash of the festival, increasing his earnings to about 18 million or so.
Yeah, of course.
Nothing he can do in that spot. Ace queen
It's a good thing for you
versus
that you
ace
woke
king.
Oh yeah. I don't think you're gonna.
I'll tell you what, the road to victory here in the main just got made that much easier as the departure of, dare I say, Hong Kong's finest when it comes to MTTs does leave 6 players behind with less to tackle. Jaffe, capital infusion, putting him back towards the high water mark thus far here on the session, and leaving Moosboeck all alone on 11 bigs. But you saw the ICM respect, the 2 jacks put into the bin, And note, by the way, that it would have been a double elimination if Moosboeck had stuck around, courtesy of that ace on the turn.
And if he stuck around, he would have been the 7th place finisher, and Danny
right.
would have got 6.
Yeah,
so
just because of how many chips they each started with.
There might have been more of a consideration of continuing with Jacks if he had the covering stack against Danny Tang, just because of that, who's got the most stack when double eliminations happen.
Take those time banks.
You sure I used one? You sure I used one?
Look how many you have, bro.
Yeah.
No, those are the dealers.
Oh, those are the dealers?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought this is
I'm not
just
sure that you did.
I don't know that you did.
Can we have somebody look at it just to make sure? I just thought I had seen it.
Can't hurt.
I definitely don't remember.
Wait.
Also, I think he counted, like it was a time till he counted, so could be that you didn't use one.
Gotcha. Yeah. Gotcha.
5-6 suited. Under the gun for Jaffe.
Freeze the tournament now for the other yeah. Just joking.
They're going to review the tape if Jaffe used the time bank that last hand. Very defendable hand in the big. King 10 suited. Up against the opponent you want to be opening if you do have to take a flop, given the wide ranges.
Note the diamond coverage for Punsri. He'll hop in there. Maybe looking to avenge Jaffe vanquishing his good buddy Danny moments ago.
Appreciate it.
Oh, yeah, that's a great way to do so, isn't it?
Yeah, 10-10-3 trips. Knuckling over to Jaffe, who's got dust.
Yeah, come at me, Jaffe. Punsri would be willing to get this in for 3.8 million, even more if he had chips behind. C-bet coming. You actually check raise a lot on this flop with trip 10s and the king kicker. I think you taper that back a bit now at final tables with short stacks lingering, just because Puna is supposed to mess around a lot less. Let's see which approach he opts to take. Looks like he's gonna juice it up.
2 1/4 turning into 675 as the hopeless C-bet will be relieved. Randy, he's not gonna
click it. Now he should be aware that Punsri is not supposed to mess around this spot, even if he is suspicious.
I've had to hold my breath on way too many occasions so far this festival in spots where we thought straightforward procedures were upon us, in particular bubbles. And then all of a sudden, curveball after knuckleball after change-up was thrown, leaving many breathless.
You know, Punsri has actually did all right for himself, considering he's out of position against Jaffe, the worst seat draw, in my opinion, to start things off. Holding his own.
Yeah, you know, that's one of the things that we didn't touch on coming into this one was seat draw. Obviously, Punsri direct right of Jaffe, brutal. Danny, tough assignment as well, being 2 over from there. Chan actually doing all right for himself in terms of being second in chips and, you know, midway to the left and right of Jaffe, able to avoid some altercations.
Yeah, Chan's been cruising as well. Gonna take a flop here as Jaffe isolated the Brunson, and it's gonna be hard for him to win it because Punsri's got top pair jack kicker.
Yeah, while we were focused elsewhere, the limp from Punsri got taken up to 500,000. One would assume that a lot of Punat's limping range is going to expect Jaffe to pounce and be prepared to make added investments, as it did here. Top pair not going to be going anywhere as Jaffe, again, c-bets hopelessly. This time, Punsri check calling. Pot grows to 2.1. Jaffe drawing dead.
This turn card is very interesting. The King of Spades is more favorable to the pre-flop raiser. They can have all the random King X that would c-bet, whereas Punsri cannot unless it's coupled with clubs or some kind of two pair. So if Jaffe's kind of got that range advantage, it makes it more likely he puts in a double barrel, especially when that overcard overpairs the rest of the other cards.
1.2.
$1.2 million, Randy. Things getting a little bit dicey. Punsri must consider the prospects of a third barrel on the river if he makes this call and the pot grows to 4.5. And again, Moosboeck, 9 bigs elsewhere in the field. This is not the guy we want to tussle with.
That's why he really needs to make a decision here. If he check calls this turn, he needs to be willing to call rivers on blanks at a decent percentage. Otherwise, he's kind of just burning chips a lot because Jaffe could really lean on that king.
The trouble is Jaffe could also be leaning on dust and ICM, which is exactly what he's doing here. And Punsri really in no man's land with respect to which side of the spectrum Jaffe lies right now. Nevertheless, he's going to park 12 black chips into the middle. Oh, and the ace on the river, that extra overcard, perhaps the one that's going to enable Jaffe, especially with a 10 in hand.
Jaffe has the massive nut advantage. On the turn, he had the advantage. On the river, even more so, given Punat didn't limp jam pre-flop. That ace is very much in Jaffe's range. Jaffe can have even the backdoor straight that got there, Jack 10. He could have 2 pairs. He might be able to even value jam just like an ace, jack, ace 10. That would multi-barrel.
0.66 SPR effective.
I think he goes for it.
I do too. I do not see Jaffe coming off the accelerator pedal here. Especially given the Queen X feels like top of range. Oh, he shuts it down, Randy.
What a great spot for Punat Punsri. Feels like there might have been a little bit of regret from Jaffe.
I mean, you have to expect that the jam from Jaffe there would have put Punat in the kind of blender that I don't think he's going to click call to try to get out of.
I'm with you on that. Wow.
That one crept up on us out of nowhere. Jaffe.
Of course, Brink Kenny, #1 on the tournament earnings all-time money list. 3 Triton titles, 15 cashes, and $39 million in Triton earnings. That's pretty ludicrous. Punat Punsri, 14 million in Triton earnings, 2 titles, 20 cashes. Fresh off that second place finish in the 50K just the other day for a 7-figure score. So he's, I mean, again, coming to a Triton and just seems to pick up 7-figure scores at will. Wai Leong Chan He's got 8.2 million in Triton earnings, 16 cashes. Would love to pick up his first piece of Triton hardware. And of course, the chip leader, Jonathan Jaffe, 4.7 million in Triton earnings, 1 title, 12 cashes. Let's go, ladies and gents. Buckle up. This is going to be the frame that really makes the difference. Let's see who can run away with it.
7 figures guaranteed.
It's like, oh no, I'm short on that. I'm like, oh wait, I've oranges.
No, it's our policy.
Because you have in your mind, oh, I need black chips. And you're like, oh, where'd they all go? If you're lucky, they turn into orange.
Like the opposite of Cinderella.
Thank you. No, that's perfect. Thanks so much.
All right. All the way to us. I can't wear headphones.
What do I have, 30 bigs? Yeah.
30,
And you've got, well, oh, it's, look at that.
Look at that.
It's a fight.
It is a fight. It's an absolute dog fight. And there are some dog fighters out here. I mean, 6 left. JJ doesn't mind getting in the streets. Waliong Chan happy to take high variance spots. We saw him final 2 tables with 12 left. Put in 26 big blinds with the 8s pre-flop. Put out Punsri, dog. Bring Kenny, dog. Harolabos, dog. Mario Moosboeck, dog. They've all got that dog in them, Randy. They can all close this out, and they're all willing to play big pots and fight for this title.
One of these dogs has got pocket aces. Didn't get the action he wanted, though.
How do you guys get these hands? Big one.
Might have been the first time I looked on about this tournament.
I had it when
I mean, you can check
someone has dollar actually.
Would have been a much better time to look down at it if he's had
Just
orange.
quickly, Randy. We're up to 284,000 subscribers over on YouTube.
I misread my hand.
But I don't know what you and Ali have been doing for the last 2 hours, because we've only got 850 likes. Given that we have 11,000 people watching over on YouTube, thousands on the Triton Poker Plus app, as well as on Twitch, one would think with a final table with 6, 7-figure payouts and a lineup like this, star-studded, with 4.4 million up top, that people would take a couple of seconds out of their day to click that like button and show their support to Triton Poker Series and to the stream.
Well said, Henry. I certainly agree with you, and I imagine that everyone is smashing that like button right now.
There we go.
Got some?
It's pumping up.
There we go.
Wait, I'm going to make it easy for everyone.
No mas.
If you want Punat to win, click the like button.
7-5.
If you want Jonathan to win, click the like button. If you want Bryn to win, click the like button. If you want Waliong Chan to win, click the like button. If you want Harolabos Voulgaris to win, click the like button. And if you're a fan of Mario Moosboeck and want Mario to win, click the like button.
Nice.
It's that easy. Wow, producer James hasn't even clicked the like button yet. What's going on? That's it. The first and last time I'm going to ask you, ladies and gents. I promise. Enjoy the show.
Mario's getting short. He's playing 7 big blinds or so. King 9 suited is certainly has to be close. This is interesting that he comes in with min raise. We've seen him do this earlier with an ace X offsuit, ace deuce offsuit, I believe, off of 7.
Bob pitches the ace 8. Waliong Chat with an ace of his own in the big blind.
This doesn't surprise me that he's defending, because word should have came down that Moosboeck did this with ace deuce offsuit before.
Oh, how about it? The king, queen, 9, top and bottom for Moosboeck. SPR less than 1. Complete swing and a miss for Chan. So Moosboeck likely to pick up some much needed chips here.
Main target is Queen X, given he's holding top and bottom.
Continues for just one big. So Moosboeck bouncing back up to 12 big blinds. Not what Harolobos wants to see. Not what anyone wants to see, really. I mean, this guy, if he can find a double, get back up to, say, 25 bigs or so, it's a real force to be threatened with.
Reckoned with, but yeah.
Reckoned with, threatened with. I'm just looking at the seat draw that you were discussing on the break desk. Punsri with Jaffe on his direct left. He also has Bryn, his now second in chips, on his left as well. I expect to see Punsri playing some honest poker.
But he's really playing quite well despite having the worst seat draw at this table. Kings. You know what? I feel like there's merit to actually flatting the big blind off of the stack. He's the shortest stack. So, you know, he wants to try to accrue as many chips as he can, and I feel like the chip leader has got the widest range. Kings is just a powerhouse. It's definitely crossing his mind. Is it better for me to jam or call? Maybe collect a likely c-bet at the minimum from his opponent. But he does rip it. I feel like aces for sure he flats.
Well, well, well. Moosboeck now just 2 bigs less than Harolobos. And kind of, you know, 1 double away from moving up into that little cluster.
Yeah, Mario's been at the bottom throughout this final table. But, you know, he's collected some pay jumps along the way.
I make it based on that 13 times. 3.25 now. 1 million.
Raise.
Raise 500,000.
Jonathan activating once more. That 8-hand that he played yesterday was really the hand that just propelled him to the top of the chip counts. And then from there on out, just dominated with the chip lead. Has Moosboeck got another rejam spot here against the chip leader?
5 seconds.
If there's someone to reshove on, it is the chip leader.
Just gonna fold it. This time giving respect to Jaffe, given that it is an under the gun open. See how Punnett responds.
He hasn't been shy with playing pots against Jaffe. This time he will stay away. Great news for Jaffe.
Chip leader doing chip leader things, as we'd expect here, Randy. Every time he just gets to raise and gets folds, picks up 625K.
Yeah, he hasn't actually been reshoved light on besides like a king queen, which got Bryn Kenny the full double. But other than that, it's been pretty smooth for Jaffe.
So Bryn Kenny was the one that reshoved the king queen
into ace-9 suited, and ace-9 suited called for about 17 big blinds or so, which is why Bryn Kenny is currently in second place.
Oh wow, yeah, I'm just looking back at that now. Bryn wasn't very live on the Jack-Jack 5-2 hearts board, was he?
Was not, but the queen on the turn was ever so lovely.
All in.
King queen, looking to pick up some blinds and antes.
That's going to ask for a count. This is a genuine decision.
This is rough.
Does have the chip leader behind to worry about.
In these kind of tricky situations, Bernat has made the right decision. When he busted Jesse Lonis, he called off ace-10 against an inferior ace. For chips, certainly these chips would go in, but at a final table, Mario's shoving range on a button is definitely changed, and Mario's been coming with a lot of min raises too, so that definitely seems to, yeah. I would just think that Mario's got some kind of split ranges, and you need to decide what hands are shoving and which hands are coming with a min raise.
Let's see if Jaffe wants to spin the wheel with an ace out of the big. So there's 12.5 big blinds. The last thing he wants to do is double Moosboeck up. Jaffe would then move down to third.
Kind of feels like all of the better aces are just jamming a lot on the button, which puts the ace-3 in a
precarious spot.
Yeah, very dangerous because you could easily be dominated. Decent favorite, of course, against the Broadways. Pocket pairs, they're jamming the river. I mean, the button. Makes sense.
Go eat on the break.
Rice and orange juice.
I get some rice and orange juice.
Wow, Moosboeck is now tied with Harolabos. What a spin. He's come back and done exactly what was needed of him at the start of this frame.
Heater. Hot, yeah. Rush. Smooth.
Getting some recognition from Harolabos as well.
Wai Long Chan getting in there, 8-6 suited from the hijack. But Moosboeck's got ace-queen. Seems like a pretty standard reshove spot.
Yeah, interesting that Chan's opted to open this. Can only assume it's due to the fact that Jaffe's in the small blind.
Yeah, Chan has been one of the guys willing to get in there, and players haven't been defending the big blind liberally with even some decent holdings.
There's the 3-bet. Non all in, Randy.
That's
this guy
interesting.
is finding all the moves. Finding all the moves.
I guess it's he doesn't think that Wai Long Chan would be calling the 3-bet, so he can risk the minimum in case someone else behind wakes up with a hand.
Yeah, I just don't think he's found the right person to do this against. I think Chan potentially want to peel one off here. He's going to let it go, respecting the ICM.
Yeah, so if that's the case, then you can definitely get away with making such a small 3-bet. Nicely done, Mario. Tell he's really like meticulous about which bet sizes to use in different scenarios.
Well, Mario is now 1 double away from being chip leader. If you look at the graph, since we came back from break, up only for Moosboeck. It's getting a bit cagey out there now, though, isn't it, Randy? I mean, Jaffe the chip lead with 42 bigs, Herolobos Voulgaris in 6th with 15. But this is anyone's game. I mean, there's a 3.4 million difference between 1st and 6th. May the best man win.
Back at it for Wai Long Chan, ace 10, much more playable. Kenny's got king queen.
What's Kenny thinking of here? It's an under the gun open. He's just saw Chan open, then fold to the 3-bet against Moosboeck.
Kenny likes to take these strongish hands, but not good enough to get it in pre and play him as a flat. Hands like 9s, king queen, probably ace jack and ace 10 kind of go in that category as well.
Nice fold, Bob. Disciplined.
You don't want to play that kind of hand 3 ways offsuit.
100%. Yeah, Brinny. I'm going with Brinny. Brinny loves taking it to the streets, man. I mean, he's got that dog in him, Randy.
He's got that dog in him?
You know he's got that dog in him. #1 Triton earner in the history of the tour.
Is he contemplating lead?
Well, we can see it's not going to work. That's precisely what he's doing there, Randy. You're dialed in.
His type of board, I suppose. He's flatting like 8s, pocket pairs, 10x's, and he wants to kind of shake out something that completely whiffed. Of course, ace 10 is looking quite strong.
5 seconds.
There is some merit to raising ace 10 if you feel that your opponent would check over a really strong hand, like a set. Wouldn't worry about 10-8 suited, which is 2 pair, because of the small blind flat. That is more reserved for the big blind.
It's so great to see Chan back at a Triton series. Finding success here. Hadn't really joined us since pre-COVID, but this year it's gone all 3. Jeju, Montenegro, and now Monte Carlo.
Raise and take.
Just 1 ladder away from securing his largest ever score on the Triton Tour. Oh, sorry, that's not true. He cashed for 25 million HKD in the 2 million HKD main event.
He's cashed a Triton million, right?
Yeah, he did. Min cashed it, yeah. For £1.2 million. We're slowly returning to those stakes, Randy. We've got the 500k Invitational coming up in the Bahamas. We've been regularly hosting the $200,000 to $250,000 Invitationals on tour. The main event ranging between 100 to 125k, depending on where we are.
Whatever it was, it worked.
Maybe next year, 2025. Who knows? Maybe the return of the millie, you know.
You're asking for it?
I mean, look, I wouldn't complain about it. Let me put it that way.
We can thank Triton for having so many huge buy-ins. Even here in Monte Carlo, 200k, 125k, and now we have a 150k side event happening, you know.
That's wild. 150k side event, mate.
Yeah. We'll get coverage of that later. For now, though, it is our main event, marquee event. In comes King 10 offsuit against the Queen Jack off.
Let's see if Punsri can find a C-bet. If he can, it's looking likely that he's going to take this one down. Move back up into second unless Chan has other plans with the King 10.
It's a board that Chan often just check folds. Queen Jack turns a lot of added equity in terms of straight draws. Can also pair up and just win it even better. One of Thailand's finest, up to second place in chips with that pot.
What I really want to know is who do the viewers want to see get heads up? I think one of our most epic heads up battles, we've had a few this trip actually. I mean, we had Vladimir Korzanin, of course, against Patrick Antonis in the 200k Invitational. We had Michael Soiser against Peter Ayarts in the 100k. That went on for quite a while. We had Ponokovs against Foxon. It's been fun.
You got a favorite you want to see?
If they're even in chips, like I want like a 35 big blinds apiece at the start of the heads up match. I would love to see someone like Wai Leong Chan against Jaffe. Yeah.
Personally, for me, I would love to see Jaffe for sure because he's been in the booth a lot, talking during the heads-up portion and giving his rundown. We'd like to see how he plays, but Bryn Kenny, he's the guy who always just makes deep runs.
He really does. Seems to get it done. We were trying to calculate it with Brian Rass the other day. So he's had 15 cashes over 39 million, or just shy of 39 million in Triton earnings, meaning that his average cash is like 2.6 million, bro.
Yeah.
That's pretty insane.
That's pretty sick. 3 titles already under his belt, seeking a 4th. I just don't know how he gets it done every single time. And he doesn't come out for a full schedule.
No, he seems to only come out for the bigger buy-in stuff. What's he played here? He's played the 100k, the 30k bounty, the 200k and the 50k. So yeah, he missed like the first 5 days. And how sick is this? In Montenegro, he bricked the 30k, 40k and 50k, but then he cashed the 100k, the 125k main, which he final tabled, and the 200k. So he just saves the cashes for the bigger buy-in stuff.
Aren't they all like $1 million plus scores?
Not quite, no, but still. Big pickups in those. So he's gone back-to-back main event final tables.
Nice steal from Voulgaris. 9-8 offsuit in the cutoff. He's got very good timing here today. His raise and takes have gotten a lot of respect with offsuit marginal hands targeting certain players in the big blind.
I'd like to see Bob get heads up, actually.
It would be a chatty one.
It would be a chatty one. Like, Bob against Jaffe would be really fun. And the only reason I say that is because Bob doesn't have a title. It'd be nice to see him play for his first Triton title. So Moosboeck, who's been on a bit of a tear, he's moved up to 5th in chips.
Pretty much with no showdown.
Yeah.
He'll take it.
Just folding the ace on the button.
It's a sticky big blind. Chip leader. Pinot has won pretty much every single small blind versus big blind confrontation against Jaffe.
Oh, we're making
this time he's like,
today, boys.
enough.
Oh.
How good was it?
Not as happy as I once was.
Yeah.
JJ just trying to talk the boys into folding buttons and small blinds. Said, yeah, you're making good decisions today, boys.
You missed it earlier, too. He was like, don't forget about... Oh, it's like, I would hate to bust out now with all that big money coming.
Smell you later.
And then he raises like king 7 off. Same hand.
Yeah, JJ's got jokes.
You're going to be folding
Thinking
flat,
more
too.
like
You're going to be like,
limp-
get this out of my hand.
Limp 900, 2.1 shove fold.
Limp. 2.1 shuffle. Oh, fuck. He wants 2.1 mil without a showdown. This motherfucker.
I'll let you dream up the, you know, taking 2 bigs from me. Dream bigger.
This is stronger than the pitch to Bob for the 500K. Lord.
You missed that. Did you know about that?
I don't, but I can imagine it was Bryn trying to get an invite.
Yeah, and Geraldo Bob said, oh, I already invited a buddy of mine, and Bryn's like, but I win it every single time. Like, he was just talking about his accolades. They had a really good chuckle.
That's fantastic. Do appreciate the banter. Punsri with the raise and take. Create a bit of a gap for himself.
Yes.
Second in chips.
Orange juice. Maybe. Can I get a waitress, please?
A round of orange juice.
What you've done.
Round of OJs for my boys.
Round of OJs for the boys.
The insulin at this table is spiking hard.
So who did Bob invite? Do you know? Did he disclose that?
Hold on to the orange juice game.
I believe, if I recall correctly,
Yes, it's silent.
who did he invite again?
Not to the 200K here.
Fair enough.
Is it the same person he's inviting to the Bahamas?
I don't know if he's going to Bahamas based on... He didn't seem that interested about it when someone asked him earlier. But
you just
Voulgaris
said,
invited Tollerine for this 200K.
but you just said Bryn tried pitching Bob for the 500K, and Bob said he's already picked someone.
Talking about this event, this 200K, I believe.
Ah, okay.
Yes. Bob had mentioned that he wasn't that interested in the Bahamas because of the weather. He didn't want to be hot while playing poker.
Fair.
But, you know, to each their own.
Listen, man, I live in 87% humidity and year-round 33-degree heat. I get it. Showering 3 times a day is annoying, especially playing poker. Got a speed run.
5 seconds.
I mean,
Quick
the
shower
good news
break.
is that I'm pretty sure the poker is happening indoors, but yeah, I hear you. Ace-Jack, reshoving.
Fold. Fold.
Those stacks really consolidating at the top there. Bryn getting that reshove through. Practically tied with Punat in second, both with around 7.8 million each. JJ playing 10 by a country
It's
mile.
just brutal that they give you the shit orange
Kings
juice
now
there.
for Moosboeck.
Town's really going downhill.
Mario heating up. Looking for action.
Exactly. When the orange juice goes down, you know it's all going down.
That's typically the sign. It's
That's
kind
the
of like you
start.
smell oranges and you're having a stroke.
Oh no.
Wow. How cold is this deck? You don't need GTO Wizard for this one, Randy. You need a sauna.
Absolutely brutal for Moosboeck. He's welcoming action.
It's just ice cold out there for Mario. There are 5 cards to come, and he is going to have 20% equity. He's looking very likely to lose 90% of his stack. There's the 3-bet from Bob.
Biggest cooler in the game. Aces versus kings. There's really nothing Mario can do in this spot. It's not off of these stacks. 6-handed as well, so UTG is the low jack. He ripped it in.
He did say all in. And it's the worst news one can receive. He looks down at the red Cowboys and just runs into the blades. The two kings sent to the gallows.
King's aces.
Guillotine coming down real quick.
But he covers, he covers.
Your boy called it off bad, I don't know what else to tell you.
What do you think of that?
Poker, a meritorious game.
Jack 8-6. No backdoor straight potential for Moosboeck. Looking for a black king across turn and river. 2 outs once to eliminate Bob. Whereas Mario's going to be down to just 4 big blinds. Can't find the king. And Gerolibos Voulgaris doubles up to 7 million.
Good oranges.
So he goes from
Pretty fucking good
6th to practically tied in 2nd and 3rd alongside Punat
Used to feeling good all the time.
and Waileong Chan, to be honest with you. And now the immediate short stack, of course, is Mario.
Bro.
Average stack of 27 big blinds.
What's it take to get some fresh squeezed orange juice around here?
The only person with less than average is Mario on 4.
No, it's from concentrate.
The last time Mario had this stack was when he had gotten it all in against Mulewalker hours ago. Back to where he is. This time blinds are higher.
Wow, Mario was really
Put a ding in one of these 2 bananas here, my friend, not you. But
looking like a
You'll have your
real
chance.
threat. Post break,
I just want y'all to go.
it spun it up.
I'm not looking to hurt
It's
anybody.
5th in chips. And then just gets the kings into aces.
We're hungry for
30 bigs, 30 big blind pot.
We're hungry for bananas. We're monkeys. It's not the same.
Hey, that's rude. Very, very, very disrespectful to the monkeys.
They wouldn't have us?
Monkeys be like, what are these? Imagine if you guys just showed up in the jungle one day and were just like hanging out with the monkeys.
I think Bryn and I could make it work.
Yeah. I'd take our side.
We'd acclimate.
Yeah.
Monkeys, yes. You guys would be drawn dead against chimpanzees, though.
Chimps fucking brutalize us.
They rip the. I mean, you're jacked.
Death
for a-
before sex life.
They would rip the fuck out of you. Like tear your arm right off like a chicken.
Pretty quickly too.
Yeah, they're nasty fuckers. You ever watch that like Ape Planet or whatever on the Netflix show? It's like a reality, like a ape.
But
Yeah, I
one
saw
of my
some of
favorite
that.
scientists, a primatologist, and he lived with the apes like every summer, 15 years. Very cool. His memoirs are great.
That's amazing. What's his name?
Robert Sapolsky. Neuroscientist too. He's a lot more known for that.
Okay. Yeah, I'm really. I want to go to Rwanda and do the gorilla trekking again. I did that one time. Quite something. Silverback.
And Kenny looking to pick on
For very long.
the Mario short stack. Who's in the
Oh,
big?
their social hierarchies and everything is just so cool.
It's very similar to the poker circuit, to be honest.
Yeah, Moosboeck has been forced to put in 2 of his 4 big blinds.
Social hierarchies.
Might as well put one more big blind in.
Does defend. 1.47 out there. 175K back. He's flopped a gut shot. It's going in, Randy.
There we
On
go.
the ace 9-7. Bryn makes the call, of course. Moosboeck is drawing liver than perhaps he thought he would be. You can see the 8 also working for him. All in brought to you by BetACR. Get back into this. Get back up to 7.5 bigs.
Decent spot actually for Mario. 30% equity.
8 or a 6 needed. Doesn't find it. King high
Good luck, boys.
on the river for Bryn is good enough. As always, handshakes all around. Class act.
Well played.
As always is Moosboeck. Round of applause for another incredible run here. 6th place for a 7-figure score, $1,020,000 going his way. That means we're down to 5. Everyone now guaranteed $1,330,000. A bittersweet end to the Hold'em part of the series for Moosboeck, who had a couple of close scores here
Like the German squad.
in Monaco. 4th in the 100K for 1.5 million, 6th in the 50K for 350,000.
Like maybe 8 of them were still
Now
on.
another 7-figure score.
2 of them were
Bunch
like
of the guys
Wushu
right
and
there.
Mario.
3 FTs. Picking up over $3 million here in Monte Carlo, but title number 3 will have to come another time as he bows out in 6th after poising a threat with that spin-up post-break. But the ultimate cooler in No Limit Hold'em, kings against aces, crippling him down to just 4 bigs and unable to spin it back up. As Bryn Kenny now moves up into 2nd. 5 players left. Short stack, Waileong Chan with 24 bigs, chip leader with Jonathan Jaffe. What that means, Randy, is you know, the shortest stack doubles up, he becomes the chip leader. This really is anyone's game, which is absurd to think given that there's a $3 million difference between 1st and 5th.
Yeah, it was starting to look like Mario might have had a chance to come back in there. Obviously, coolered out. Punat Punsri, Jack 8 offsuit, 3-betting. This seems like an adjustment. Seems like word maybe has gone down that Voulgaris has been opening light into his big blind with holdings much worse than ace-10 off. By no means standard this 3-bet, especially with this type of holding.
Hardly any. There wasn't even a small blind out there, bro. What do you? Oh, okay.
Small blind.
Small blind. I had a legit hand. Finish up.
Gets through. Nice little pickup there from Punat. I have to ask, Randy, do you think that's a case of where the chips are currently laid out? Punat's really inclined to try and take away from Bob, from Waileong Chan, and just separate himself from those 2 at the bottom of the pack?
I think it's more so that Haralabob has been raising very loosely into his Punat's big blind and some others with some very marginal holdings, not even on the button.
He's getting loosey-goosey, is he?
Mm-hmm.
It's tough.
Just well timed.
Right after you win like the big pot, like aces, you're like, I gotta be along with this now.
Should have just done it. Right.
Maybe he had it.
It's got a hand that can contend with a 3-bet now.
You got saved.
Yeah, now he wants someone to try and attack him.
Resistance incoming for Jaffe.
Nice
Queen 10
24
of
to
hearts.
40 bigs. It's a good fight.
It is a good fight.
Like we know.
This is a really good fight. I agree with Brennan's. Jonathan defends.
I just won every pot. I just kept having big hands too.
JJ flopping best on the 10-9-8.
But not even that.
1.4 out there.
Set aces, kings. And win 8-9 versus ace king.
Point stays the same on the deuce of diamonds turn.
Some protection to be had with this Queen 10 against a diamond.
Need you to 3-bet me. Get the hand over with quicker.
Unfortunately for Jonathan, did just up to flat. Got to C3. Outflopped Bob, who's dropped down into 5th, practically tied at the bottom there with Waileong Chan, both with 24 big blinds apiece. Blinds will be going up in, well, next hand actually, to 150k, 300k. Who have you got, ladies and gents? Who do you think's taking this one down?
I think Waileong Chan might be taking down this hand.
Bro, premium's just like every hand. Kings against aces. Ace king, ace king, ace queen. Queen 10, king queen. There's so much going on. Oh,
King
wow.
Queen? Did you just mention that? Because this is trouble for Jaffe.
How many bigs is this for? 24 bigs.
Because it's 24 big blinds, it probably comes in with flat. Suitedness has much more playability. In a 3-bet fold, you'd probably use the offsuit variety.
Does open the door for Bryn to tag along. He declines and folds one of Jaffe's queens in the process. Oh boy. Strap yourselves in, ladies and gentlemen. King 7-3, top pair, king high diamonds for Jaffe, top pair, top kicker for Wai Leong Chan. I've got a funny feeling, Randy, that the chips are going to go flying in on this one.
Yeah, they're both very nutted with these two hands. Powerhouse for Jaffe.
Yeah, how does he respond, by the way? I mean, he's just so nutted on this board.
He should be check calling. He's only really afraid of like an ace that isn't a diamond, and that's very few hands. Doesn't mind if the opponent catches up and maybe he hits a flush.
Right color, wrong suit. The 9 of hearts turn.
Very safe card for Wai Leong Chan to continue firing. I mean, Jaffe's just gonna have to call down at this point.
I mean, you say that. If he does, we're going to see a 12.7 million chip pot. Wai Leong Chan's going to be the overwhelming chip leader if he can find a way to get all the money in across turn and river, which seems likely. I mean, he's going, what, half pot, half pot?
Should be a little bit slightly more on the river, but yeah, he's basically setting up a river jam. Jaffe's hand is so strong. He really just can't go anywhere.
Are we thrilled about what we're seeing, though, in Jaffe's shoes? Will we see this turn barrel and we see that Chan's setting up a river jam?
We're pretty happy still. Not so much on the ace on the river.
Wow. What a river card. I mean, there are different ways to run good in poker, Andy. Has this ace of spades perhaps saved Jaffe from doubling up Chan?
So we all know that Wai Leong Chan most likely will be ripping it or putting in a very healthy bet. When he gets back over to Jaffe, we need to ask the question, how thin is Wai Leong Chan value shoving here? Which aces? What if it's like ace 4, ace 5 of diamonds? Does that hand feel like it's got enough strength to value shove?
It was a relatively quick jam as well, Randy. I mean, the guy didn't even use half a time bank.
It could mean something. For some players, it means more bluffs. Others...
Oh!
Oh, he snapped it off?
Snap call from Jaffe.
Ow.
Wai Leong Chan up to 12.7 million chips, and the once upon a time chip leader, Jonathan Jaffe, drops down to the bottom of the leaderboard.
Tables have turned.
They really have. The fact that Jaffe had Bryn with 1 foot out the door, had he just held with the ace-9, he would have had 17 million. Bryn would have been out in 7th. And coulda, shoulda, woulda, of course. But things just not going Jaffe's way at this final table.
He's down to the shortest stack, just 15 big blinds, 4.5 million blinds going up. What an awful development for Jaffe. What seemed like it was his tournament for the taking is now slipping away very quickly. And I feel like of all the other players at this table, Wai Leong Chan's the one he's most comfortable making that river call against, because Wai Leong has been splashing.
Yeah, that double up there for Wai Leong Chan is a byproduct of his playstyle. I mean, credit where credit's due, because he is in there battling it out. He's getting involved. He's on the looser side. He's on the more aggressive side. Jaffe didn't even burn a time bank, bro.
Yeah,
just called it off.
I'm very surprised he didn't at least take more time banks. Maybe still arrives at the same decision, but yeah, not burning a time bank there.
Just felt like, hey, that's the perfect card for Chan to bluff on, and he's more than capable of finding the bluffs. Brink gonna complete from the small. Oh, Bob, I mean...
Aces and then kings.
What's going on? I mean, this table, I'm telling you, this isn't a highlight reel. This is live.
I don't know, something about that orange juice. As he juices this one up.
I see what you did there, Randy. Dab me up, bro. Come on. Come on, put it there. There we go, my man.
We call smaller.
Call smaller?
800, 900.
It's game
Probably good
perfect.
for you anyway to get me out.
No. I mean, it depends. Yeah, I don't want to lose the hand.
It was since that OJ was ordered, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It's just
Something
been
about that OJ.
been-
Why do you think Punat ordered one as well?
Sounds like not very live.
No, it was a pretty hand. 5-7 suited. Is it a pair?
Yeah. 2 kings.
Yeah. No.
Make a smaller raise.
Yeah, flop. It's some stupid flop and lose all your chips.
I mean, you're not really losing many more unless you go crazy. So if you have like, also I let you get away if you have like a decent hand too.
Yeah.
You're like limp raising. Who knows?
What we do know is that Bryn Kenny's going to raise Jack-9 suited into the new chip leader, 8-4 off.
You really don't want to get cracked too either and make it just like a cheap flop or cheap free.
Trying to think. Right.
And I made it similar with aces, and it's even stronger. Like when he limped, I bumped it up with aces like the same price, and it's even stronger than him.
Yeah, I would probably make less.
How about that shot?
Probably fuck it up.
Through the Trident. The golden Triton trophy. Of course, that Jacob & Co. custom piece that will be going to the champion.
Now, all bunched up.
King, Queen, Voulgaris.
Just let
650,000.
one go every now and then, my friend. It's not like
I knew you were going to make this comment as soon as I
saw what I folded last time.
Punat's all business, but can't help crack a smile
There you have position.
when Bob's chatting nonsense. That's all Bob. No business on this board.
I bought the wrong part.
Got incinerated.
Punat.
And worthy of 3 streets, won't be able to get even one.
I was in a hurry. It was in my luggage, but this was like, this is like a normal one.
Yeah.
This is honestly so sick.
You're
The
a
way
tough
the
customer,
chips
my
are spread
friend.
out.
I saw that hand just before the break with Jonathan. Oh.
5 left. 1.33 million guaranteed.
Like I said, this is how you never have a losing trip on the Triton.
Make good decisions.
Fight for every, make good decisions and fight for every fucking. No, stop. Stop being so humble. Make good decisions and fight for every pot. It's pretty good. Pretty good.
Harada Boss giving some genuine love to Punat Punsri.
It's a good formula. Make good decisions
Obviously
and
looked at Punat's track record at the Triton series. It's one of the most impressive. He's hunting his 3rd Triton title. Shout out, of course, to all of the fans in Thailand watching their man pick up another 7-figure score. It's guaranteed to eclipse the 15 million in Triton earnings mark with this cash here, which is absolutely incredible, given that the first time he joined us was just 2 years ago, September of 2022. join us for the first time. Played 5 events in Cyprus. Cash 2, 1-1, which was the 100K No Limit Hold'em main for 2.6. He knows how to win these main events. You can see that custom Jacob & Co timepiece on his left wrist. If he wins another one, I do believe I'm first in line. That's not official. He hasn't said that I'm first in line, but I'm just going to put it out there and say I'm first in line to at least borrow it.
Okay,
for
borrow.
For a month.
For a fee or no fee?
No, no fee, of course. I mean, come on. There's no fees between friends, but.
Yeah, it is pretty amazing that we've got 2 main event winners still in the mix. King 9 suited for Punat. Haven't seen him play back at Wai Leong Chen yet this tournament, from what I remember.
26 big blinds on the button against the cutoff open.
It's a wide cutoff open, given Chan's the chip leader.
There's the 3-bet that we were all anticipating. Going to get through Jaffe. It's going to get through Brent. It should get through Wai Leong Chan.
Should.
It should.
Looks like it will.
Yeah, Punsri's up to second in chips.
Leverage, I told you.
I really like Punsri's game. It's very solid and well-timed.
Of course.
Precision on when to
You think
attack.
You're gonna play good cards, though.
Seems like all his bluffs always get through. Because he's not wild every single hand, you know?
No, of course not.
A lot of credibility to his name.
Yeah, I can't really.
You're not really
it's either like raise or fold.
Yeah, of course. We're not going to live that. I feel very disrespected.
Randy, what's going on at this table? Aces and kings and ace-king are getting passed out like candy on Halloween. I mean...
Yeah, Halloween was about 2 weeks ago.
This is spooky at this point. It's like the poker gods want this to be over and done with in 30 minutes' time. I want this to continue for as long as possible, and I want it to finish off with an absolute bang. Whether that's a 3-way all-in, I'll take it, by the way. I mean, it's been a long time since I've seen a 3-way all-in for the win, but I would prefer to see, you know, someone...
We want a heads-up match.
We do. I want to see someone just earn it.
I want to see, like, the only time at a Triton series where we had a 3-way all-in finish was when Andy Nee won his title, if I recall correctly.
This is like, what, 2017?
No, this was very recent. Andy Nee, he's newer to the tour.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Where was that? In Montenegro?
It was the one where... I can't remember exactly, but it was a 3-way all-in. I believe it was Mustafa, maybe, and Brewer.
600.
Trying to find Andy Nee. So, his title came in the 25K in Montenegro.
Mm.
And it was, yeah.
2023?
No, it was literally
this
the last
year.
trip, Montenegro.
Okay.
And yeah, you're right, it was Chris Brewer and Nicholas Chouiti.
Oh, Chouiti, yes. Yeah, that was wild. We didn't have a heads-up match.
And I'm just going to click into the app now. This is something you can do, by the way, ladies and gents. It was a three-way all-in. Andy Nee with ace-jack, Nicholas Shoiti with ace-10, and Chris Brewer with ace-8. That's pretty insane. Brewer jammed button,
Like
Andy Nee re-jammed from the small blind, and Nicholas called it off with ace-10.
Yeah, and Brewer tanked.
No antes.
Just decided if he needed to call off the rest.
Seems so.
It was a really cool hand.
Yeah. That's a fun one. Well, I want a repeat of that, Randy.
You want? Come on.
I want either a three-way all-in.
We've done it once. Let's just resume back to the heads-up matches, you know?
I wasn't there. I wasn't there for the three-way all-in.
9s and 6s.
You know, if Vladimir Korzinin was here, be
he needs both hands, though.
Be salivating over that.
I like he's opting to 3-bet 6s rather than flat so that he plays a stronger range. The 9s is... It's a precarious spot for him because he hasn't seen Haralabos 3-bet besides pocket aces. You know, that's pretty intimidating at a final table. Maybe he takes it to the flop?
Sensei Kenny.
Great read from Bryn Kenny. Unfazed. Aware of Voulgaris having 3-bet bluffs.
This is huge for Bryn because he's going to be practically tied with Punat in second. They're just behind the chip leader, Wai Leong Chan, and they've now created a massive gap between themselves and Haralabos and Jonathan Jaffe.
Yeah, like, just smash it all in there.
Yeah. Fine. Why is the clock not running?
That's fine, you can run. Relax, bro. There's lots of...
No, but... No, of course.
Relax.
I'm completely chill.
What are you worried about?
Ain't worried about nothing.
I mean, you're probably pretty worried. The problem is I only have a hand that's not like, doesn't really matter if you're worried or not, so I'm best on flipping. You gotta feel pretty good about that. A little ace 9 or ace, maybe king queen. What is this here? How much do I have?
Bryn's saying he's just chilling.
Flip for it all here. I got left 4. I put 4 in that. 18, 1.3.
This would be a huge call-off. Bob can just fold and still has 17 bigs.
Yeah, 6s seems pretty light.
Perhaps going to kick himself a bit for opting to 3-bet this one.
Oh, I'm the luck.
Sounds like 2 8s? Yeah. I had a good hand.
I mean, it didn't really matter. I had pocket 6s, so I didn't think he had ace 5, so could have had that.
I didn't. Pocket 9s.
The jam from Bryn moves him up into second. Just a few bigs ahead of Punat Punsri and just one behind the chip leader, Wai Leong Chan. How'd you like that one, Randy? 35 bigs at the top, 15 at the bottom. Still all up for grabs here in Monte Carlo. 4.4 million will be going to the eventual champion. Current payout, 1,330,000.
Bryn Kenny.
How does he do it, man?
I mean, he hasn't made a mistake this final table. He's so close to having tied the chip lead. How does he do it? I don't know, but he's guaranteed 1.33 million. Of course, eyeballing that top prize, 4.41 million. And the Jacob & Co. watch with that extra large trophy.
Sensei Kenny. Can he close this one out for yet another multiple 7-figure score?
It's got tough competition.
Probably not.
I'd pocket 6s.
6s. Yeah. Dodged it.
I mean, dodging it would just be folding it to a raise, I suppose.
That's a hell of a dodge.
That would be
It's like
a dodge.
nothing that's ever come out of Motor City.
Is it? Yeah, that's a good one.
Fold.
This guy's like.
Yeah, you can call it off there if you 3-bet. No way.
Oh, that was getting. Yeah. You were just saying a little aggressive, so something you didn't want me to call. I feel like if you had like. Yeah, it kind of.
Yeah, nines.
It felt like a pair.
Nines, I
felt like a pair.
Yeah,
Like
I don't want you to call nines.
That's what I mean, but that was bad
Except
for me.
your hand, yeah.
Bad for
Then
me.
when you started talking, it sounded like eights. I was like, oh, no, please call.
I mean, your reaction was just bad for me. Bad ace king, it's great for me, but the fact that I have a small pair, it's like, it really, I mean, there's not really any good reactions to me once you say all in, by the way.
Yeah.
This is a good hand to start with. Much better than sixes.
All in.
17 bigs. He's just going to open jam due to the fact that JJ's so short. Doesn't want any of the bigger stacks to just play back at him.
Yeah, it's not really many good reactions to me once you say all in. Like if he's terrified, I'm flipping.
Plus, the best, I guess, reaction is all in, my hands are sweaty, and I expose a 5 somehow.
That's actually just
That'd be the best.
The fold. That's my best.
Oh, for sure.
I'll do it. Oh, you took it already? Okay. Please don't do that ever again. I like to feel the chips come to me first. No, now it's messed up the rhythm. Thank you. What? I was like, what? I was like, did I put it in? You put it in? You just kept it in the pot. Thank you. You didn't go with the heavy curls today? Yesterday you had heavier curls. Didn't have time this morning.
All right, Punat.
I appreciated them yesterday. That was a nice touch.
In there, ace-9 off. He's also had a very smooth final table, chipping up. Voulgaris, pocket deuces. Normally you don't want to play these, but given that it's just one more big blind, you get a C3 and try to flop a set. Seems like a pretty good proposition.
Thinking of a flop. Thinking of a flop.
Which one?
Just thinking of a flop.
Not that one, is it?
Definitely not that one. The ace-9-4 mono, top 2 for Punsri. He's going to cross the 10 million chip territory.
What's worse is one of Voulgaris' outs brings the spade.
Was that was you?
Top 2.
Top 2.
I showed him an ace-9.
I had the deuce of spades. You were getting it all.
Well, you check raising and boom, boom, boom.
Look at that. Why can that 4 just be a deuce?
Yeah, that would be bad.
Bad result for one. Good hand, good hand.
That would have been disgusting. Top 2 against bottom set. It does feel like the path to a champion is going to be a bit of a bloodbath, Randy. I don't know why, but the hands that have been getting dealt. Chan getting in there with the Jack-7. And perhaps going to get himself in trouble on the ace-8-7. Bottom pair, Jack of clubs, Spring Kenny with a very good 8 king kicker playing, and he's looking to build a pot and extract some value.
Yeah, it's enough of a kicker to get called by worse. Warrants protection against overcards. Now, though, Wylong Chan definitely going to lose a little bit with this bottom pair. Brings in call.
It's a bad turn card for Chan. Not to state the obvious, but undercard to the flop. Having the jack of clubs feels like a pretty bad card to have. Blocking like jack 10, jack 9, jack X of clubs. Bryn's going to knuckle it back.
It's a decent card for both, just because you don't get your opponent to bluff on it too much, since it's so hard to rep the 6. Wylong Chan still has reasonable showdown value with his 7. There's plenty of unpaired hands he beats, unless he feels that he can just muscle an ace out. Doesn't seem like he really needs to. Another pot for Bryn Kenny.
Yeah, he's up to 11 million, and in fact, with that pot, he takes
He's
the
there.
chip lead, man. I mean,
How is he there, Henry? Tell me.
was all in for his tournament life. 7 left, king, queen against the ace. 9 of Jonathan Jaffe. 17 big blinds apiece. And if JJ held there, I mean, he just runs away with it. He would have had 17 of the 40 million in play with 6 left, almost half the chips. But now, tables have turned. Bryn Kenny out in front with 5 left. The guy just gets it done.
Let's see how his strategy shifts with this chip lead. Yeah, it's a new player now. Queen 6 suited in the cutoff. Good for a raise.
We can only see one of Bob's cards.
It's a half mystery.
He said all in.
It's got to be pretty good.
Snap fold from Bryn. We'll never know.
I should have looked at you first. Got to read at least.
Got to read.
By the way, they said that was fresh orange juice. Like adamantly to this guy. But it's not. There's no chance. It tastes
That's why Bryn thought it was interesting that they had a good orange juice in Monaco. It's brand, isn't it?
Bryn's not credible. This is what I've learned that spending some time with Bryn today at the poker table. He's not credible. The stories are, they don't hold water. He's lacking in credibility.
Well, the OJ's just not getting much love.
No, apparently it's not freshly squeezed.
Once upon a time, chip leader. Jaffe with king 7 of diamonds.
He's been very quiet. Haven't seen him get involved after losing that massive pot to Wylong Chan. Does hang in there king 7 and flops a little piece. That could get him in a little bit of trouble against Bryn Kenny. Feels like just enough of a pair to continue. Obviously unfortunate not to have a club in hand.
Yeah, Bryn reaching for a C-bet. Looks like a sizable one at that.
Is that about half pot?
Yeah, which is somewhat surprising on the monotone texture.
That might give Jaffe an excuse to just get away. King 7, not a lot of clean turns in rivers. 775k is quite detrimental to his 2.8 million chip stack. Nice fold due to the sizing he was up against. Feels like he would most likely peel against a very small bet.
Put the lean on.
He is leaning, as Bob pointed out. Bryn's switched gears.
Good hands. You're the one you shoved the button. That was a little loose.
Felt when you snap fold it.
King 6 off a little bit.
No, like queen 6 suited, not like crazy loose.
It's pretty loose.
No, these stacks, I think it's a must open.
5 wins like crazy loose, stuff like King 6 off.
A little bit loose.
Queen 6 is just a little bit loose.
If it was offsuit.
Jesus, what's really
It was suited, yeah. I hate to see what the solid hands are. And what
Look at Bryn Kenny. In there a 4-deuce off.
This is against second in chips, and he might just find a way to win this one on the 8-6-3. Flopping a gut shot against Chan's 2 overs.
Wouldn't blame Mylon Chan to fire a C-bet, especially if single suit blocker. Block some of the continues. 10x also interferes with like 10-9, 10-8, these type of hands that can continue. But Bryn Kenny with that gut shot, pretty good candidate to check raise with.
Just comes with call instead. Perhaps visions of outmaneuvering Chan on future streets.
It's a tough turn card to multi-barrel on with Queen 10 high.
Does check through, and is that the invitation that Bryn needs to find a bluff? He hasn't come this far to just check down with 4 high.
Actually, this 9 is a good card for Bryn if he does improve, because some of the hands that check calls the flop are straight draws, and now they've got a pair. So he has a lot of hands that he can represent for value.
Doesn't even need to go big. This bet just designed to fold out ace highs, king highs, queen highs.
Yeah, I like the bet sizing because it makes it more credible that he's got a wide range, whether it be like an 8x, even a 6x could potentially bet in this manner, trying to get high card to call. Nicely done, Bryn Kenny. Really is just a crusher.
breathe.
Sensei Bryn getting
Maybe
it
I
done.
Nuts too. Yeah. Trying to tilt.
Maybe 10 club a club.
Maybe deuce 4 off.
Maybe. Maybe. Chan with ace jack. Comes with min. Jaffe's down to just 9 bigs. Bryn's going to get out of there. Bob's got an ace in the big. It's a trashy one.
Doesn't help that it's the hijack opening, which contains the stronger aces. Easy pickup for Chan.
The next pay jump worth $335,000. Everyone currently guaranteed $1,330,000. Bryn Kenny is running away with it, slowly but surely. We are heading towards a break, I believe. No, I do apologize. Be big blind 400K in 5 minutes time.
Attention players, 150K tournament, you are welcome to take your seats. Just 2 minutes remaining from your break.
Just heard an announcement behind us, Randy, about that 150K. 41 runners in that one so far. Ren Lin is chip leading. Lewis Spencer is the first one out. Wow, how did Lewis bust? What's the big pot? Ace King against Jack 10.
Is Jack 10 enough for Jaffe? Big blind next hand. Sitting on 9 bigs. There's a huge gap between him and Voulgaris. A little bit too weak as he folds. Gives the option to Bryn Kenyon to make a raise, which he certainly will do so with 10-9 suited.
Bryn just seems like he's in the zone, doesn't it, Randy?
Very comfy at these stakes.
Yeah, he's just been here on so many occasions, playing for millions of dollars. And a Triton title. That's how he's got 3. And that's how he became the most winningest tournament player of all time. At least in terms of earnings. Punsri defends. King 7-5. This is first against second in chips. Punsri still with the best of it.
King high texture favorable to Kenny.
Just sprinkling out quarter pot.
This is kind of tricky for the fours because the price is nice and it's got a little bit of backdoor potential. Might even have the best hand against a very high c-bet frequency.
Backdoor spades, backdoor straight.
Okay,
When it says
Bryn.
okay, Bryn.
Did a lot of things pre-flop, flop.
Bryn just getting away with murder right now.
Yeah, very easy for Bryn at the moment.
What did you say? Wai Leong Chan against Bryn?
I said
Jonathan
Bryn Kenny and Jonathan Jaffe, but at the moment Jonathan Jaffe is just trying to hang in there and get some pay jumps. Bryn Kenny on pace. Did he get a little upgrade? 10-9 suited. Size up, 2.5x into the short stack of the big.
These guys need to be careful, man. They can't just let Bryn run away with this. He's created a really healthy gap between first and second of 15 big blinds.
To be honest, though, they're okay with Bryn doing this until Jaffe busts, because Jaffe is so short.
Oh my.
Jaffe can get right back in it.
He can. King, Queen, 5. Sensei with the open-ender. SPR less than 1. Feels like it might go in the middle.
Yeah, I don't really see why Jaffe wouldn't want to check raise off of what he's got remaining. He's got north of 5 bigs. Kind of want your opponent to just call off with some weak holdings. Out of position 2, they get to check back and realize equity if you just check call. Unless he really thinks Bryn's just going to blast a lot of turns.
Well,
Does come in with call.
The fact that we saw Bryn, you know, betting with like the 10 high, opening the queen 6. I mean, Jaffe knows that in some cases Bryn's just dead here. That's not the case. He's looking for an ace, jack, 10 or 9.
But now Bryn might not need to bet the turn and gets to realize equity when he pairs up. Only reason you bet here if you feel like Queen X would fold, but some of these Queen X's actually contain a club or a straight draw, and they're not really looking to fold. Then again, on the flip side, maybe Bryn Kenny thinks that King X would jam on him on the flop at a decent mid.
Goes check, check.
Oh gosh.
My.
Is that the end for Jaffe? Feels like it.
The jack, jack run out against JJ. Turn went check, check. Let's see how Jaffe proceeds.
Jaffe's getting the chips in there. It's just whether he's betting himself or check calling it off.
Facing 2 checks in front of him on turn and river. Bryn's surely going to feel comfortable jamming this, or at least asking for something. 1.1 of the 1.2.
Oh my gosh, that's really technical here. Because he's leaving less than a small blind remaining in case Jaffe calls off to leave him in the tournament so that he can just steal the next hand rather than ask for it all.
It's weird because Bryn's going to be in the big blind next hand.
Right, good point. You got a little extra incentive, though, to call when you know that you still have that little bit left in case you're wrong. A little psychological warfare here.
Jaffe utilizing his time banks. If he calls, he's down to 0.3 of a big blind, and he's going to be forced all in the next hand out of the small.
Here's the problem for Jaffe is his hand kind of looks like Queen X, maybe even 5X, so maybe Bryn Kenny's trying to muscle him off of that. And there's sometimes they just chop the pot. The kicker on the board is the queen if Bryn Kenny's got like King 10 or lower. And you don't really want to concede against that, especially with a bet and a call and on the flop. Would be a great fold, but I don't know if he can make it for this price.
Especially against Bryn. He's been showing up with bluffs ever since taking the chip lead. He's been loosening up, rightly so, of course. Just pushing the table around as the chip leader. If Jaffe calls, Bryn's going to be up to 16 million. He's going to have 2 times average. Such a sick FT for Jaffe. Came in as chip leader, looking very likely to be out in 5th. It's really those 2 key hands, Randy. I mean, the ace-9 against Bryn's king-queen, and then the king-queen of diamonds against Waliong Chan's ace-king.
Yeah, whether he calls and loses or folds, it's just a bad spot for him. It's much nicer if he can save some chips, and he does.
That's elite.
How do you do it? You got the microphone on your skin. That's so, you don't find it abrasive? Oh, man.
That is an elite fold. from JJ.
How does he not lose the last 4 bigs in that spot?
Yeah.
Very disciplined fold.
I don't know. Sometimes discipline hurts, sometimes it helps.
I'm the big blind, right? Oh, it's 4 now?
Someone quote
What's
that.
the verdict there?
Discipline works.
Sometimes discipline hurts. Sometimes discipline works.
Jack 10 of diamonds. Good job.
King 8.
Folded a king?
Yeah.
Good fold.
I like that.
Impressive fold. They're willing to tell each other immediately.
Yeah.
Bryn's always been like
See
that.
what matters.
I don't think you have any fold equity here.
That's a good reminder.
Yeah, it's just like...
It's cooler when they mock you.
I'm going to put him to the test.
Put him to the test.
Put him to the test.
All you can eat. Good luck, chaps. Cards on their backs.
Gorgeous. Also gorgeous.
For the small blind, 3 blinds.
Fair,
It's gorgeous.
for a random hand.
Yeah, look at these 3 blind hands.
To get back in this fight, Jaffe can just hold with the queen deuce. We'll be back up to 2.7.
There we go.
Looking very likely on the queen 6 tray.
Nice one.
Gonna be tough for Bryn to win that one. Dead on the turn. Jaffe's still in this fight. Byproduct of that disciplined fold in the previous hand.
Right, because now he's got 9 big blinds once again. He calls that last hand and loses. He barely doubles up in this spot.
Unfortunately, blinds have gone up to 200k, 400k.
Now he's got some again.
This would have been a really fun one to bet on. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if people like Punat, Bryn, Danny Tang had quite a few people betting on them.
Couple 5s for Jaffe. Let's go.
Good one.
Got to make sure they're wise.
Bad start for Voulgaris.
Yeah,
First
he
one's
does.
really bad. Second one's okay.
I think it's like
I'm not sure.
ace 4 offsuit, maybe?
Oh, very good for me.
No, he said this first one's very bad. The second one's okay. So like queen 4.
I thought. Didn't want to call until I heard first one's very bad.
I mean, to me, bad is like a 10.
Oh.
Well, very high standards.
Whoa.
I wanted like
So very bad's like a 6.
I wanted like, yeah, very bad. I wanted like 2 paints. 2 paints is like okay.
Tough
Aces
man to
is very
please.
good. What's that?
Tough man to please.
Tell you what, Herodovos doesn't want JJ
In a sipper?
to continue spinning it up. It's up to 9.5 bigs now.
Probably that one. Not that bad. 4 is just such a bad card. Dang.
So about 9 big blinds. Jack 9 suited.
3.7.
It's close, right?
Just enough. If he takes this one down, then Voulgaris has got company. Oh, he won't get to see.
Chan's
here.
got to squeeze it. He's seen the first one.
Yeah.
He said call.
Wait,
Just
don't
call and then.
Just go by the roof.
And he snapped him off. Obviously, JJ's got 100k back.
3.7.
Yeah, he has to call.
Yeah.
First, and then you can do whatever you want on the floor. No influence that.
I'm sure there's a whole lot to do.
Still 100k back.
But for now, it's 3.7.
Got a funny feeling it's going to find its way in on almost every board.
Marlon Chan might just bet dark.
With the blind stuff.
apiece for both.
There we go.
100K goes in. JJ is live. 21% equity. Jack 9 or
You knew he has an ace. So
backdoor
you know he has an
diamonds.
ace, so at least you're live. It could be ace jack, ace 10, ace king, or ace queen, pretty much.
Thanks for breaking that down for me, Brent. I wasn't sure how the card rankings shook up.
Wow. 2 pair on the turn for Chan. Does bring some chop outs.
Yeah, let's jack it.
Not to be, as the man that came in as chip leader, Jonathan Jaffe, left a sour taste in his mouth after this final table. Would have had dreams and hopes of picking up his second title and the 4.4 million that will be going to the eventual champion, but those 2 crucial parts just not going his way. The ace-9 against Bryn's king-queen, where if he held, would have been runaway chip leader with 6 left. And then, of course, that massive blow against Wai-Leong Chan, the king-7 deuce, 2 diamonds, where Jaffe had king-queen of diamonds, Chan had ace-king for top-top. And then the final nail in the coffin, being struck in by Chan once more, ace-king against JJ's jack-9 for his final 9 bigs. Does pick up a 7-figure score, 1,330,000. One of his best on the Triton Tour. For that second title, we'll have to wait, as we're now 4-handed, Randy. Everyone guaranteed 1,665,000. There's Bryn and Chan tied for the chip lead. Rollerboss Voulgaris in 4th with 11 bigs, Punsri in 3rd with 23. Crunch time.
That king-queen hand is going to haunt him for quite some time, and yeah, it was really the key hand for his tournament.
He even said against Bryn that sometimes discipline hurts, sometimes it works. And it's funny because in that spot against Chan, it's almost like he had made his mind up before the river card was dealt, that like, it doesn't matter if this guy goes all in, I'm calling. And he basically snap called with second pair in that spot. But then against Bryn, multiple time banks, finds the discipline fold. It's tough, man. Sometimes you get it right, sometimes you get it wrong. And when you're playing for 4.4 million, that can be very costly when you're on the wrong side of the decision.
Sure can. I'm sure he's going to rest up and jump into the 150K after a little breather.
Yeah, let's have a look at that 150K. 45 runners. Renlin still chip leader. Vladimir Korzinin, 5th in chips, bro.
1 puck up and you're on the bottom.
Joe Trent's out there as well. He's in 6th. I mean, that one's looking like a fun one. Understandably so.
Blind versus blind, Punat now has a different opponent in these blind versus blind confrontations. Before it was just all Jaffe, now it's Bryn Kenny, and it's trouble for Punat because he actually flops a decent piece on this texture.
And we already saw him fold the 4s on the King 7-5 to Bryn before. This one a very different dynamic. Blind versus blind. Cold deck. It's tough to make pairs in this game.
Yeah, this is a really nice spot for Bryn Kenny to see his opponent bet into him when he's holding top pair, just because Punat Punsri's got some incentive to trap a king in the spot. So kicker not as relevant of an issue.
Disastrous turn card for Punat.
Yeah, because the deuce could still be good against the straight draws.
Who knows? Fun game. Game of imperfect information.
Feels like he needs to keep his opponent honest at least one street. Maybe a little unclear if Bryn Kenny bets this turn or wait for the river. There's not many scare cards besides the ace. About 30% pot. Punsri did inflate this pot slightly with that flop bet. It just seems like too strong of a hand to fold now. Be a nice fold if you can find it, but I don't blame him.
$3.4 out there. I mean,
they got counterfeited at least. The queen deuce, that is. Maybe that'll save them.
Bryn with a boat. Queen high, unblocking some of those straights, Randy. You know, 4-5, 4-6, 6-5.
Punsri's check call on a turn, though, does exemplify some kind of showdown. So Bryn, if he did show up with air in this spot, probably have to give up a decent amount of the time. As played, king is clearly nice in case he was up against some kind of 3x. Spades got there, he can value bet against a flush.
275.
Comes for 2/3 pot. Limped pot, blind versus blind, not going Punsri's way. He's down to 6.8 million, still good for 17 bigs. The next pay jump worth $380,000.
I knew as soon as I folded it was a bad fold. Like,
Sorry.
you had a bad fold.
Yeah, $380,000.
Just a hand I can't fold it. But that's what you get when you play one turn in a year.
Yeah. When he kept saying, "Oh, you're 9-3," I was like, "When is my Jack 8 gonna come up?" And then I'm gonna get the same comment.
But I just turned it for yours. I actually wanted to know his. I just happened to flick it on and it showed up.
Bob with a very rejammable ace-jack. There it is.
That's comfy.
Jan's gonna ask for a count.
Starts to get dicey in this kind of 10 big blind territory where it feels like the price is never too bad. Then we ask the question is how often we're dominated. Is it too ambitious? Or do we feel like giving it a spin? And Wai Long Chan's the type of guy that loves to kind of just go for it.
Too much.
Too much.
You'd have
Perhaps by 2 big blinds or so.
He said he folded.
Let's see it later.
They want to see it.
I mean, they were. I just didn't get red. It wasn't those two.
So bring Kenny in first. Wai Leong Chan of Malaysia in second. Punat Punsri of Thailand in third. Rolabos Voulgaris of Canada in fourth. Everyone guaranteed 1,665,000. They're playing for 4,410,000. A lot of love in the chat for everyone here. Shout out to all of the Thai viewers, as always, showing up in real support. I mean, the chat is basically in Thai, Randy. I don't know if you read Thai.
No, but every time Punat Punsri shows up, like, they're there. They've got alerts.
Pum Chu Henry. Pum.
Translation?
Ni Kwam Suk Makrab.
You sound hesitant as you say this.
Yeah, I was, you know, it's taken me a while to flashback to my Thai lessons as well. There's going to be some flashbacks to winning and losing flips here. Just depends which side of the coin one falls on.
Slight favorite over to Wai Leong Chan, and this is a mandatory get-in for both players off of these stacks. Limp jam, and we're gonna go to the races.
Good luck, chaps. This is huge. Blind v blind, four-handed. Harolabos with 45% equity. Wai Leong Chan, slight equity favorite with the black tens. Strap yourselves in, ladies and gentlemen. Jack 6 deuce. Rainbow 1 club. Bob with all of the back doors available to him. That, however, leaves him drawing to just 6 outs once.
That's it.
10 on the river. Chan improving to a set. Handshakes all around, as always. Harolabos Voulgaris, one of the true OGs of this game. I mean, listening to stories from Rusty in the booth about battling with Bob 2 decades ago, back in the nosebleed online cash games. He has crushed sports betting, now venturing into the business world. I'd love to see him showing up, playing the high stakes poker at the Triton series, still showing us that
2 for 2.
Look,
making
man,
final tables together and being three-handed.
the old dog
Yeah.
with the same old tricks, he can still get it done.
You know?
Best career cash
The
at
bad
Triton
news is
stop.
I said, let's get three-handed again with you.
1.66 million for Harolabos Voulgaris for his 4th place run here in the 125K main. Has a taste for the high stakes now. Came 9th in the 200K Invitational this time last year in Monte-Carlo. That was the only event he actually played in MC. This year, decided to play 3, cashing the 125K for a 4th place run after losing a flip blind v blind. 1.66 million for him, and now with that, everyone guaranteed $2,045,000.
39 bigs, is it? Yeah, 39, 43, have 17.
It is Wai Leong Chan with a chip lead, 43 big blinds. Bryn Kenny in 2nd with 39 bigs. Punsri in 3rd with 17 bigs. Let's go.
Yeah, we've got 3 sharks remaining. Kenny kicking things off. King 3 suited. Just Jack 3 off for Punat Punsri. He's out. You know, Punat Punsri, ever since he joined the tour, is the single player who's earned the most at Triton ever since joining in 2022.
Yeah, that's true. And we were talking earlier on about just how impressive Bryn's cash percentage is in terms of how much he earns per cash. Punat's another one of those. I mean, 14 million. Make that 16 million with this cash here, because he's guaranteed 2.2. He's cashed 20 times. Like, that means his average cash is 800K, man. That's absurd. No wonder he's #1 on Thailand's all-time money list. Looking to grow the game as well. You know, I don't want to say anything I shouldn't, but it's looking likely that poker will be taken to Thailand in the near future. Would love to take the Triton tour to Bangkok or Phuket. I know Punat and the team are working tirelessly to make that a reality. And perhaps with a win here today would really yeah, help him kind of convince Thai officials that, hey, this is a skill game, okay? It's a great game at that, but has some tough competition ahead of him. And Bryn Kenny and Wai Leong Chan.
Punsri is the shortest stack, but you know, still 15 big blinds, still room to throw in raises that aren't all in.
800.
What a monster hand here for Bryn Kenny.
See how he wants to play this one against the short stack.
Clearly gonna 3-bet, but what price?
21.75.
That should get rid of Chan.
Yeah, Bryn trying to induce some action.
Chan, just fold it, pal. There we go.
2.125.
That should get rid of Punsri. Queen Jack-O. It's tough because Punsri's at that stack depth now where he raise folds this. He's down to 12.5 bigs. He's about to put 2 bigs in out of the big blind. Feels like it's inevitable.
You call my shot?
No, if he shoves, I might call.
He's going to be all in soon.
No, I'm saying, yeah. I was saying if he shoves after my 3-bet, I think I call. Yeah. So I definitely call your jam.
Luckily.
I had jacks.
I had 8 jacks.
I wouldn't have been happy with it. What'd you have over there?
8-5.
Sevens? Now sevens you might have ripped.
Yeah.
And you would have walked into bad trouble.
Wai Leong Chan gonna look at Punsri's stack if he can just outright
I
shift
think
into
he
him.
can. I mean, what's this? 11 bigs, blind v blind.
It's easy when you have like that.
4.8 mil.
Yeah, something like that.
There's the jam. Punsri's got Queen 10 of diamonds.
I feel like this has got a call. Such a good hand.
Good luck.
Let's run it.
Oh, he says good luck. He is behind. It's as close as it gets. 53%, 46%.
No, yeah, of course. You're just happy to see Queen High.
Yeah, like you're happy with your head.
No, I would shove your M for sure. Yeah. It's just the best outcome when you get called.
Normally you're behind.
Punsri
Right?
in need of some diamonds. Queen or a 10. There's the 9 of diamonds in the window. The 9-7 deuce. Now moves in front as favorite, equity-wise, still behind. Looking for a Queen, 10 or a diamond as we see Kiat Lee, good friend of his, on the rail, sweating this one out. The King 4 is going to hold. GG's.
Played well again. Huh? You played well
and
again.
handshakes all around.
Yeah, you play well.
Not the first time Bryn and Punat have battled it out on a final table for a 7-figure score.
I said we're going to get heads up and we're here.
So here we are. Heads up. Punat Punsri out in third, picking up another 7-figure score. This one worth $2,045,000. The man just seems to show up at Triton and go home 7 figures richer. Title number 3 will have to wait as he falls to Wai Leong Chan, who now takes the chip lead as we head into a heads-up break. It's going to be Weiliong Chan leading over Bryn Kenny, 57 bigs, plays 43 bigs, but battle it out for the title and the $4.4 million. And to just add a little bit of a sweetener on top for the viewers at home, no whispers of a deal. These guys, I mean, no surprises to us, and probably no surprises to a lot of the viewers, not even discussing a deal. They're just like, listen, best of luck. Let's play a little $1.5 million heads-up match.
That's what I want to see.
Epic series here in Monte Carlo. Look at the size of that trophy.
Look at the first hand for Bryn Kenny as he isolates out the big 4-3 of hearts.
Chan gonna just pitch the Jack 6. Let's see how they approach their buttons. I'm curious to see if there's going to be a limp strategy implemented. Obviously, hand sample size of 1, impossible to say.
In general, though, with these stacks, you tend to lean a little bit more with a raise strategy. A pure limping strategy comes in more around like 10 to 15 bigs or so. And 20 definitely introduces limping and raises as mix.
You have a Triton trophy or no?
Nope.
No? You didn't play many of these anyway, at least in recent years.
Yeah.
You used to play a bit. Now
Yeah,
you're
Weiliong
back.
Chan took a
In
little
big
break.
way. 900.
Raised to 900,000.
Yeah, Bryn's right. Weiliong Chan, one of the OGs. Philippines 2016, Montenegro 2017, Montenegro 2018, Jeju 2018. This man's been playing the highest stakes for quite some time. But still without a title as he flops middle pair against top 2. Had Bryn dominated pre. It's all Bryn Kenny on that board.
What a start for Bryn Kenny, especially against the hand he's up against, which can pay him off at least 2 streets, I would imagine. Flush draw texture is nice, where he can get his opponent to think, wow, did he just go full pot?
2.1 into 2.2. Just correctly recognizing just how wet this board is and how connected Chan's going to be.
What a play with top 2 pair, because you kind of block a lot of the hands that can continue, but once you get resistance like this, you're really loving it, given it was able to call a pot-sized bet.
That is the thing about Bryn. He seems to get paid the max. He plays big pots with big hands. 7 of spades on the turn. Troublesome turn card for Chan. See what Bryn comes with. He's got 14.4 back, and it's a byproduct of that large C bet on the flop.
He probably comes in big again.
One would assume.
Yeah, like 2/3 of 75%, I would imagine.
5 seconds.
3.7.
Actually, exactly half the pot now. A quick fold from Weiliong Chan. Nice with the queen 9. Figured if he was faced with another bet that he was cooked. What a pristine trophy. And watch.
Yeah, that custom Jacob & Co. timepiece going to the main event champion.
Can't buy that one. Gotta win it.
That one has to be earned, my friend. Bryn Kenny has taken the chip lead. Just 4 hands into this heads-up match. Still close. 53 bigs, plays 47. He's been here on numerous occasions, most recently in London 2023, where he took down the $250,000 Luxon Invitational for $6,860,000.
9.
Raised to 900,000.
Bryn Kenny content with a raise strategy at the moment. King 4 off.
It's working out for him. Honestly, this man just needs to release a course. How to crush Tritons. I feel like a lot of people would sign up.
Yeah, I think he's making enough money just playing them himself. Don't think he needs to sell courses.
That's true. What about a book? You could write a book.
To be honest, it would get a lot of sales.
Probably more than my book sales.
10-7 wins it against the Brunson.
So Bryn, who came into this FT third in chips, Chan, who came in second, both behind Jonathan Jaffe, who had just, well, a disastrous final table as he bowed out in fifth. But it was a really snug start to the FT. I mean, there's only like a 5 big blind difference between second and sixth, I believe.
Long Chan is playing conservatively from the big blind. What, a queen 4 off just now? Maybe with jack 7 earlier.
Yeah, not to state the obvious, but heads up is tough, man. There's nowhere to hide, and people who don't have much experience playing heads up, don't know how to adjust, can fall into that camp of overfolding and just getting pushed around a bit.
It hurts a little bit more in this format due to the big blind ante. So you kind of want to play a lot of your buttons and big blinds if you're faced with a small raise pre. Not sure where his threshold is, but we'll see, as this match is expected to be a long one. Imagine jack 3 suited is enough to defend. Bryn Kenny playing a pure raising strategy at the moment.
He plays fast as well.
It's confident. That's up.
Bryn's playing very fast. What's Chan thinking here?
Ooh. Did not see this coming.
It felt a little bit antsy, yeah, like, it was like, okay, I have to send a message eventually. You know, we're only 10 hands in, but if Chan feels like Kenny's just getting away with it.
Yeah, and Bryn's been raising every single button nearly, so we are going to take a flop. Jack 3 suited versus Queen 10 of hearts, 6.6 million. Plenty of stacks to play for.
Chan needs to be careful to not find himself in no man's land, as he does on the King 8-7, 2 diamonds, 1 heart board.
A little bit of interaction for Kenny. If Wailong Chen doesn't bet big enough, this Queen 10 of hearts might stick around with position.
That looks pretty big. Just shy of half pot.
Yeah, this might be just enough to shake out this Queen 10 of hearts, which he would love. If you can see what his opponent got.
Bryn is in position if he ever thinks that Chan c-bets and then slows down on turns. Does incentivize him to come with the flow, but no, just got to pass up on it. Chan retaking the chip lead. Fighting back.
Nice one. Feels like if he sized down to like 25% or 30% or so, then maybe that queen 10 of hearts sticks around.
$250K, $500K as the blinds go up. Does bring the average stack down to 40 bigs. Queens for Kenny. Now the big blind. Vladimir calls it in his favorite hand. In Chan's seat. He's going to raise it up.
We could easily be seeing a flop here. 3-bet pot. Depending on sizing. 9-6 suited has decent playability. Even as a 2-gapper. Oh, doesn't want to play. Some others might take a flop there, but good for him because it was up against 2 queens. Difficult to win with 9-6 suited in that spot.
So a couple of 3-bets being exchanged. Just settling themselves in to what is set to be an epic heads-up match. Although having said that, Randy, I mean, both showing a willingness to play big pots. Recall the near pot size c-bet from Bryn with the Jack-9 on the Jack-9-6 earlier, and then that 3-bet there from Chan. Oh, hello.
Wow. Monster hands.
Bryn continuing in Bryn fashion with the open on the button.
Don't blame him. Now, how to respond once the 3-bet comes in with ace-jack is interesting. This will be the second 3-bet of this heads-up match after such a short time, which might make Bryn Kenny think that the ace-jack is just crushing this range.
See how Bryn responds. Ace-jack is a lot of hand, heads up. Throws out a time extension chip.
It's a hand worthy of actually 4-bet getting it in.
100%.
If he's very careful, he could potentially call. Ace-jack is a monster.
Does he go for the 4-bet in juice, or does he just rip it himself?
All in call. That's bad news for Bryn Kenny when it's an instant call. Wylon Chan can close this one out.
Insane spot. Just 10 hands into this heads-up match.
So ace-jack's all in.
Wylon Chan covering Bryn Kenny.
It's close to there's one. So yeah, he's got like 3 blinds behind. This is it.
This is it.
Kings for one of the Malaysian OGs. Looking for his first Triton title. You can see some of the Malaysian rail here watching him. Just 5 cards away from victory. Bryn does have 28% equity. Here comes Jack 7 deuce, adding 2 additional outs for Bryn. $1.5 million between first and second. This is practically going to seal it. 3 of diamonds on the turn, and now Chan is just 1 card away from picking up his first Triton title and the 4.4 million that comes with it.
Oh! My God. $1.45 million just gone like that.
Oh man, that one. That Jack of Hearts. A blow to the rail, to us here in the booth, and
that's hard to swallow.
All of the viewers, yeah. I mean, That one stings, man.
That more than stings.
You're one card away from lifting the trophy, picking up a 4.4 million paycheck.
Even if I call your 3-bet, that hand plays it all no matter what.
Yep.
Poker really is a brutal game. And just like that, Chan is down to 1.4 million, 3 bigs. Bryn Kenny has 96% of the chips in play.
I don't. That's something I need a break from after taking a beat like that.
GG, I guess.
Not yet.
GG, I guess. Not quite yet. Still
Not
has
yet.
3 big blinds.
Yeah, let's go.
Bryn just finds
Definitely have a hole to dig out
ways.
of, but the hole's still there at least.
Deep.
At least the hole hasn't closed.
Always on the biggest stage, the highest stakes. So getting really fortunate there against Chan's Kings. Man, someone check the pulse on that guy. I mean, it's what we all sign up for, Randy.
We do.
There it is, Ace King.
How much is it?
Less.
This is such a bad hand. But I guess I don't think
1.4?
Yeah, Bryn with 8 tray.
At least if I win this one, I could get a winner's picture with this hand. It's pretty good. 1.4?
1.4.
Sounds like Bryn's excited
Ace
at the
King?
prospect of...
Oh, last main event, I beat Ace King too.
Uh-oh.
Can it
Wow,
be
he's
deja
really...
vu?
He's conjuring.
Yeah, he's really bringing out all of the voodoo tricks. The rituals. Saying that he'd love to take a winner's pick with the 8-3, and that the last time he won, he beat Ace King for the title. Can he do it again? Not on that flop, but there are some backdoor straight draw potential for the 3-time champ. Needs an 8 or a 3.
Could chop it.
Could chop it. That would be really dirty. I mean, Chan's been through it. It's going to hold with the Ace King.
Close, deuce and 7.
Back up to 3.3 million. 6.5 bigs. He's got a mountain in front of him, though.
It's a start, though. You know, he gets one more double, he'll have about 14, 15 bigs. Very playable. Just needs to really win this next hand.
Yeah, we've seen some sick comebacks in Triton. I remember Makita in Madrid 2022 overcoming a 19-1 chip deficit against Danny Tang.
Yeah.
There's been some sick ones for sure. Well, well, well. What do you know? What was expected to be a lengthy heads-up match was almost over inside 10 hands. Bryn has a 10-1 chip lead.
How awful is this for Wai Long Chan to get 9 deuce?
Easier, less chips.
One of the biggest buy-in tournaments of the series. 125K main. Down
Ace
to
9.
heads up. Ace 9 against 6s. It's going in. Chan with the 2 overs. Bryn looking to just hold. If Bryn holds here, Andy, he's going to pick up his 4th title. He's going to be up to $43 million in Triton earnings with 16 cashes.
Wai Long can hold here. We'll have about 10 big blinds and a chance.
He does pick up an additional out on the 5-5-5 board. Looking for an ace, 9 or a 5. Just one card away from elimination is the Malaysian OG. 7 outs once. Can't find it.
That's it.
Bryn Kenny is a 4-time Triton champion, a 2-time main event champion, and now has amassed over $40 million on the Triton Tour. Picking up 4.4 million for his efforts. GG's to Wai Leong Chan, who came into this final table second in chips, was 1 card away from picking up the title. Kings against Ace-Jack. Bryn rivering trips
Little surreal.
to leave Wai Leong with just 3 bigs and just couldn't spin it back up.
Sometimes
Really
you're
is a
meant to
cruel
win,
game.
you're just meant to win.
This game that we all sign up
Back
for.
on the river for all the chips, got it in bad.
But still, Chan has to be happy
Nice to be
with
lucky
the $2,970,000 for his efforts. Bryn Kenny reigns supreme in Monte-Carlo. He reigns supreme at a Triton Series once more. First place, 4.4 million and his 4th title. Randy, how does this man do it?